Hello, 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 and welcome back. It has been a hot minute since I've played some Warframe on stream, but everyone's going well. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Let's have a look. See now, I will say I think the game's gonna be on the quiet side right now, isn't it? Because I actually run it at a very low volume on my own normally. Looks a little bit more reasonable, but I would need to see the combat. Alrighty. Let's get the last few things sorted, shall we? Fridge boy. God damn it. What did I do to deserve this shit, man? Fucking lower fridge. Lower fridge, fridge boy. I swear to God. I'm slowly gathering up more shitty nicknames. Also, I am surprised you're up this early. I can say that. It's not surprising when I'm up this early. It's surprising when other people I know are up this early. Did you make a special effort just to pop in to say Fridge Boy? Was that it? Starting work soon? Ah, fair. Yes. Fuck you. I expect nothing less. Alright. How to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do today, though, on stream. It's like... I mean, I do have a quest to do, because I've still not done this new one that exists, which is the Lotus Eaters. I say new, it's like months old now, I think. Oh yeah, you weren't there last night, but I mentioned to the group, by the way, there is this in the game, if you haven't seen. It's a demo for the 1999 stuff. You get to play and exterminate from it. It's cool. Very simple. Very cool though. Get to play around with the motorbike. That's the best part. Cool. Yeah. I also like the fact that it's basically, hey, do you want an on-the-ground Arcwing, but you get to yeet it? That's fun. The best way to play. God, I need to fix that leak one day. Alright, the fuck do I play? This is the problem with games with options, man. You have to figure out what the fucking options you take are. Ooh. Look at me fissure on normal? Tempting. Have I looked at this week's steel path circuit? I have. What were the options? Brighton and Lat. Keep that in mind. It's also the problem of who do I want to play. I've been playing a lot of Gaia recently, and I kind of don't want to play more Gaia, or too much more Gaia. Maybe I should play Caliban. We need to play more Warframe together. It's the problem of I'm normally so unavailable. Because, like, my evenings, I tend to go to bed way earlier than the rest. I'm normally just available on the weekend the most. That is on me. That is completely on me. I should have Monday and Tuesday off work. Let's see. I'm trying to think. What have I got planned for next week? Oh. I haven't got too much planned for next week, actually. It's the week after that's going to be interesting, because I'm coming up for the barbecue, if you haven't heard. I decided to book in bus and everything, so I'll let you be up for it. Sweet. So you can finally punch me in real life. Deck me one. It'll be great. I swear I need to do like a bit of fucking spot training just to make sure I get my dodging back again. My real life ability to actually take a fucking hit. Can annoy you in real time. Exactly. It would be phenomenal. One day I'll get the... Because there's prime redirection in the game, I believe. One day I'll get that. I think it's only been in the shop like twice. One day. Yeah. Okay. I like that they've actually made better descriptions for those. It still weirds me out though that those have descriptions. Did you miss the Tenocon barrow? Yeah, I didn't get Tenocon this time around. I wasn't really playing at the time. And I didn't have the money. Next time. But I have used Tenocon barrow a few times. I will probably pop in for the next one next year. I need to farm up for that though, at some point. Might as well just play more Caliban and see how that goes. Just do... fuck. I guess I can just do a little bit of relic farming. You know, I'm able to join the farm. I know. I mean, to be fair, it's always a good time to join my farms because I have relics that are very old and kind of rare now. I have actually a fair few of them in XS. The alchemy was rapid fire though. Yeah. That alchemy was... Like, the fact that there's a normal alchemy at the moment is making me tempted to just go run that. How easy would that be as a level 4 Caliban? I definitely need to bring good weapons if I was to do it. Definitely not just a melee. Have I finished the build for this yet? Necro Caliban. I'm not gonna lie, you guys kept running it and I was just like, it does look kind of cool, so I'll do it as well. I think the difference is I need to change... Isn't it the... Is it the accents? No, it's not the accent, it was the secondary. I need to change this to a more golden color, I believe, if I want to get Necron right. Like a saturated yellow? Something like that, maybe? From what I remember of Necrons, but admittedly I'm not that great. More a dirty silver? Okay. I mean, like that? That kind of works. I think the green accents is correct, and then obviously green energy. The fairly... The white should be fine. And then attachments. Copy main colors. Yeah. From memory alone, that's kind of pretty solid. Do I have any better hearts? I have so much shit to try and sort through what I could add. I like this chest piece though. I think it's fitting. Other than that, maybe that. Ooh. That kind of works. Which was this current piece? This is this side. I just like this because it's really fitting with the arm like that, and then this is nice and flat with this side. I think that works out well. What ephemeras do I have as well to work with? Ooh, that does look kind of cool. That's not a bad ephemera for it. I still need to get the apex for this. I don't think I've gotten that one yet, right? Yeah. Give it foxtails. But I like accessories. I mean, it's the nightmare of, like I said, my account's one of the worst to look at. Because if you don't have items, you're gonna hate this account because it's got so much. Oh god, that's right. You can look at random D people's looks. Let's have a look at this Caliban. Oh, now that's actually pretty fucking cool. But that's using the skin. I do want to get that skin though. That skin looks fucking sick. So that's a cool way of doing it. What is Rachel's? Again with the skin. I like that one a little less, I'm gonna be honest. I do like the use of the heirloom being like far forward like that to really accentuate, but otherwise, I mean, that's not bad. On the basic side. Kind of cool though. Ooh, that looks good. That looks really good like that. Oh. And then... I don't know, this seems like trying too hard to be devil-ish. I don't know why. It's just, that's what I'm thinking with that. Because I think... that's the only auxiliary, and Signa... Of the Signas I have, are any of these fitting? Ooh, that actually looks kind of cool when it's positioned like that, I'm gonna be honest. No. Maybe. I'm weak for Sign. I mean, the thing is, the only Signas I don't own at this point are the ones that have come out, like, fairly recently. This one looks kind of meh, I'm gonna be honest, but that's fine. That's one I really want to get, because that just looks really cool. That's the, Ember heirloom one, I believe. And then this one and this one come with, like, the cosmetic set with the ephemeras that give you really cool stuff as well. I really want to get those at some point. So that one, or that one. I like that one when it's positioned far back, I will be real. This one makes it feel very elite. I like that. And then this one's just kind of cool. Here we go with like the cool crown looking thing. The frost one. Frost one Necron, yeah. Let's see, what positioning could I do? Do we want a far off positioning? Or do we want right in its head? No, probably not. Probably there would be fine. There you go. That'll do for now. Is there... What's the Santana I have on at the moment? It's this one, right? Yeah, nice and basic. any others I have that would work for this? Fashion frame. I mean, late game Warframe. Are we surprised? Oh, that's just getting cluttered. Uh, mm, no. Fun fact, this is probably still to my day one of the most used Siendanas I have. That's a lot of purchase Siendana. Fun fact, if you ever want to see how bad my account actually is, there's a really easy way to see how bad my account is, because I have a rule of thumb. I wishlist everything I don't own. If you look at my wish list, you'll see that it's actually not that big. These are all the cosmetics I don't own that aren't Tenogen. And this includes bundles purely for the fact that, like, they have the, this in here, for example. You cannot get this any other way. So if you look at that and realize how short that is genuinely all of the mainstay cosmetics I don't own. I hate it. I own a lot of things in this game. This is what you get when you buy Prime Accesses, the top end Prime Access for the longest time, is that you had an excessive amount of plat, and whenever a bundle came out, you bought the bundles, and then whenever cosmetic things came out, you bought the cosmetics. And then you had someone do your trading for you because you hated trading, and they would take a 25% revenue split with you, so you would be fine whatever you got out of it. And they would just sell all your leftover crap, which I have a lot of. I still do. Thoughts on Sev? I need to get him. Where am I at with I do like his visual from what I've seen of the show stuff. I think I've only got his near optics. I need to fucking farm the rest of them. How many relics do I have with Sevagoth on there? Not many. That's the blueprint. That's the chassis, and that is the systems. Are those relics still around? Is it because he's the current one? So yeah, they will be. So that means I need to farm these two because I have the other ones, right? No, I don't have the blueprint. So I need to farm for Naos, Axes, and Liths. That's gonna be annoying. And I don't really have enough standing to buy a lot either.
You may punish our enemies. Use it to spread our way.
Hildren's another one that I should get. Alright, I was gonna do something, but do I go farm for relics? Because I could farm for relics. It's normally better just farm them passively, I'll be honest. There's like several different ways to farm them passively. What does alchemy give in the way of relics? I'm assuming it gives some, right? Almost everything gives relics nowadays. Warframe alchemy. Because it's honestly, this Omnia fissure is one of the best fissures there is in Warframe at this current point. It can give Meso and Neo. Yeah. Not really the two that I need is the problem. I need more Lith and Axie. The problem is, farming Lith and Axie is very easy, but very boring. I can farm a few of them real quick. I will have to switch frame, though. If I'm gonna do that mission, which is the fastest for Lith, or I could do that mission for the fastest for Axie. We'll do fastest for Lith. If I'm doing the fastest for Lith, then I'm gonna want that one frame that does the thing. Great description. Incredible, though. Where the fuck is he? There he is. Oh my god, this dude's still using my fucking scythe. Wow. I have one chassis relic and 2 blueprint relics. I've got, like, only the neuroptics ones was what I was seeing, right? Those are the only ones I had duplicates for. If I was to form you again, which I'm probably going to, what do I form her in? Form her in a line? Yeah, form her in a line. There we go. Might as well. Alright. Should probably start work. It do be like that sometimes. Alright, it is... This mission, I believe, is how you farm... Liths the fastest still, right? See if I can remember how to do this fast. Oh, gotta stretch a little bit. I'm gonna get cramps otherwise.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target. Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a little out of practice on the Void. Which I believe I've played this game for 3,000 hours, man. Jeez. There we go. Okay, so how slow was that? That was over a minute. Okay. Yeah, so this is a fun little thing. The 2 captures in the Void are pretty much the fastest ways to obtain the Lith and the Axia Relic. It's been that way for ages. Because as you saw there, I fucked up a lot. I still did it about in a minute. I'm pretty sure this is a near guaranteed drop for a Lith. If not just a straight up guaranteed drop for Liths. So, it's good. It's what you farm if you want the new relics. And then, yeah, the higher level capture is Axies, I believe.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture
And to be
them.
fair, this build's also designed specifically for this sort of stuff because it uses the mod preparation. Which if you don't know what that one is, and it's very easy and simple mod, basically gives you max energy at the start of the mission.
The captive has been escorted to the
If you've
extraction
got
point.
enough
Well
levels
done.
in it. So it just means that I can immediately use my ult and run all the way through. Never care about picking up energy. It's when they introduced their mod, it meant fast farms got so much more absurd, because before you'd still have to burn like a pizza or something for it. I'm kidding. That's what's happened. My left is stuck for some reason. That'll fix.
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
Under a minute, and I got an Aya. Oh. Okay, so you can get Ayas from this now. That's not bad. That's actually that's a high roll. What? Yeah, that would be a high roll. I'm fine with that. It's pretty good. Dude, I'm still not used to this thing. I still consider this new to me. There's so many things I consider new. I'm gonna be honest, the fact that I still consider Cetus and Plains of Eidolon new to me should probably show what I consider new to me. Like, when I started replaying this game was when Sarum Prime came out, I believe, and Atlas.
Bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
And that stuff was still kinda new to me.
Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Ooh. That's 2 Argon crystals I've randomly gotten during this run so far. Not bad. Can't complain. Can make a cosmetic item with that. Hell yeah.
Another job well executed.
Right, so that's... Ooh, Nautilus. I want to actually get the Nautilus Prime. So I'm happy with that. So do I have anything for it? I can't remember. But I do want to get it because, fuck, do I even have the Nautilus? I think I do. I think I've got the basic version of it. Yeah, it doesn't come up as a thing because it's immediately apart. Do I have the base Nautilus? Yes, I do have the base one. I just don't have a lot of the newer primes. God, I forget. It's my naming schemes, man. All of these are stupid as fuck. I can't... Why did I name them this way? Imagine eating grapes. Lazy Mother Ducker. Papa John's secret sauce. What the fuck? What are these names?
Operator, were you
Bro.
battle? Me too.
Like, I remember that these dudes, the Predicites, I made a rule that I was going to call them after fantasy, pharaohs. So one of them's Ra, one of them's fucking Yugi, which technically it's Yami, but And then I think the other one's fucking Azir. Yeah, Azir. From League. Then I think Kerberos were book characters from books I was reading. So that's where you got Balgarath, Hester, because it's Balgarath from Belgorod, Hester Shaw from Mortal Engines, Jasmine, Kaldar, and Leaf, which technically Leaf and Kaldar are the same, from Belgorod as well. God, I'm trying to remember this shit, man. And then I think the Volpaliers, I just went with Mimi anime characters. Yeah, Senko, Yuzu, and Holo, so it's all Fox characters. And then Dio Brando for the fucking vampire cat. Dowd from, what's it called again? Dishonored. And then for the cats, it was... I had more cats at one point as well. That was the fun part. It's just anime characters. It's Rem and Nagisa. I went with traps for the boys and actual females for the girls. Don't ask. Weird shit, man. This was years ago that I did this shit, and now I'm confused at my own namings. Hate it here. Hate it in my own orbiter. And what's the prime resurgence at the moment again?
As bright as if they were forged.
Hey yo, what the fuck's this? Oh, that's glitchy. I don't remember this. No, wait, I do remember that, sort of. Huh. Okay. Is there anything that's from this resurgent outside of that that's good for me? I mean, like, that looks like that's a permanent thing. Ah, Dual Karma's Prime. I need something from that. Still. There's a part that I'm missing of the Dual Karmas. What is it? Does that mean I can get relics with parts? Yes, I can get relics with parts. Okay, what part am I missing? I think it's the blade? Is it the blade of the Dual Karmas? I'm missing one Dual Karma's blade. Okay. And what relic is that one on? Having to fucking remember this shit. Alright. Dual Karma's Prime Blueprint. Dual Karma's Prime Blade, so it's this Meso. I like 10 of them.
From memory to reality, quick as a bow shot.
Okay, well that's fucking... Alright, let me get rid of that. First time chatter, goodbye. If you're gonna be a bot, be a little less obvious. Fucking gotta love you, Twitch, man. Twitch is a fucking... It's a nightmare for that shit. Alright. So, D5. Meso D5. Now I have a relic to farm that I want to farm. What to play then? I should do some stuff with Grendel, but I don't want to because I want to get the new one. Hey, you Pink Devil. I want to get the, yeah, it's because there's Prime Grendel now, right? I need to get Prime Grendel. Cheese. Well, you wanna see the cheese build? This build is actually just so scumbaggy, and it's not that good anymore, but it was super scumbaggy, this build here. It is... Okay, I love explaining this build because the moment I explain it, you understand how good and bad it is. So this build is super range with irradiating disarm. So it's massive AoE, it irradiates them, it disarms them so they're melee, and then I also have shooting gallery with muzzle flash, which means that they're all sitting there with their batons out, smacking them while they're trying to undisarm and be irradiated their fucking melee weapons, and then they get blinded from time to time. That is how this build works, and then I can still be invisible. The sense this build makes is obscenely bad. It is not a good build. It's really funny though. But this was made before Overguard was a thing with like stuff, so it was a lot better. It's probably fucking trash now. Very, very stupid though. Very, very stupid. The short of it was, it relied completely on CCing everything in every possible way and never interacting with the file. The best way to do it. Which one was the one that gives me health on... like permanent health on health pickup? That was an augment, or one of the mods. Right? On kill, ability strength. Oh, shields are active. Velocity, headshot. It's not tanker. It's not strike. Is it rise? No. Health. This is gonna help me find it. There it is. Arcane Blessing. On health pickup, max health. That one's probably going to be the better one for this build. But yeah, I think I could probably make this build better nowadays, right? I wonder. How would I make this build, like, updated to the modern day? Efficiencies equalize, overextended flow. I could probably trade flow out for equilibrium, and that would probably be better. Muzzle flash is probably a waste, like just 100% at this point. Because I think the strength of it's gone now that that doesn't even affect overguarded enemies. So Examine Shite. Welcome to, by the way, why a lot of people used my builds, people that knew me, because they knew I sat there for hours and hours and hours and would tweak the numbers to, like, minor perfections. I think Irradiating Disarm is still great. Just triggering a radiation status effect should be enough. Muzzle Flash I don't think's good. After 6 kill assists by a player with shooting gallery, Mace's next shot will blind enemies. I think that's not good. And instead... what do I do? I don't think I'd remove that. Ironically enough, I want to commit more to shield, maybe. And just make them tanky. Get redirection or something in there. Gotta jump off so you can focus on this mess of a fight. That's fair. That's fair. Have fun with work. See you later in chat. Yeah. See you later. I love spending like 2 hours planning a build in an RPG and just have hand-waving decisions in my reel. Yeah, it is like that, right? Also, isn't there's the other stretch that I should probably look at as well. Because I think it gives slightly less, but it's Augur Reach, this one. That one's probably a good bet, and if I'm gonna do that, then refresh spite's probably a solid bet. And then if that's the case, equilibrium's definitely the correct course of action moving forward. Okay, so let's actually... Do you want to purchase? I don't have the purchase ability of that. Do I not have any more aura former? That's kind of sad. Is equilibrium better than flow, though? Is the problem. I think equilibrium goes into this build, but is it better than flow? 265, cost is 10, 50, 10, 5, 5. So that's a 200 energy cycle. With equilibrium and energize. Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst. Wait, what? Why would you have the vice versa to this? 20% of the damage Loki takes is transferred to the decoy and vice versa. No, remove the vice versa and that's a decentish mod. Why? It sounds so bad. I don't play Warframe anymore and have only like 12 hours in it, but my friend was explaining to me his build for enough time to make me feel like I'm more than 50 hours in this game. If I go into here, does this show? It doesn't show, okay. I have like 3,000 hours into this, so like, while I'm outdated in a lot of my info, the fucking info I have in my head at any given time is really, really concerning to even me. That's why like I'm talking about the build the way I am. I feel like the benefit I have is that I can gauge fairly accurately if something's good or not. If I know it exists is the problem. That's the difficulty I have. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, no, I have way too many hours in this game, man. Equip. Just put that on for now, because that gives me the required crit stat. Because like this is one that I worked on recently after reading a bunch of the Bond mods, because these are super new to me. And this basically means that I have infinite Guardian and infinite negates, which are really, really stupid to have. I'm just going to say that now. How do I explain this build quickly? Like, how this build is... This build's insanely strong, by the way. Any, like, shield-based Warframe, kind of absurd. Boost shields owner to 100% when they run out, so basically resets your shield. This one negates a status effect. You can't see it because it's behind the chat, but it's just negate status effect. There's a vacuum behind the thing here as well. This one here is, fucking blah blah blah, doesn't matter about the first part. Killing an enemy with 3 or more unique status effects reduces abilities cooldowns by 3 seconds, which basically means these are up more often than again the Guardian. Tenacious Bond is recover your companion faster, which by 3 seconds, that is 10%. So a headshot kill is 10% of this respawn timer, or more than 10%, that's a lot. And then if your companion's weapon is over 50%, plus 1.2 times final critical damage multiplier. That is insane. I have that all the time, it's great. This one, simply put, most of the time you'll have this up, and that's just a 60% fire rate increase. That's obscene. Don't really need to explain it fully, but just, yeah, the short is you have more fire rate because of this. 60%, it's a lot. And then you have this one, finally, to basically just completely fucking reset your things most of the time. This doesn't really matter about the killing the bonus, Xmas bonus grants thing. It's, it reduces your companion recovery by 18 seconds. It's a little bit behind the camera there. Which, if we combine this with this one here, that means if I headshot kill an Xmas unit, oh, sorry, this one here. If I headshot kill an Xmas unit, that is 21 seconds off of the recovery time, which is 25 seconds. No, hey, just no, exactly. Like, this is why I say I loved World of Warcraft for this stuff. I loved Warframe for this stuff. I've loved a lot of games because I get to play with numbers. So the shorthand of this is this basically means this Sentinel is always up, especially at higher levels, and it's always giving me a bunch of buffs and keeping me alive. Kind of hard not to love it. This build's a weird one though, because I'm gonna have to. So this one I want to put in a aura former for, because you always want to have aura formers if you can. This build should be good. Should be. I can see it being good. Alright, and I'm gonna run the Cedo because it's one of my favorite weapons. Now, I was going to run... Which fucking relic was it again? I can just Google it in here. Google it, search it. I don't just get the alchemy going. See how this goes. Alright, Karma. So, it was this one? Yes. This is the one we needed. So, we need to remember it is the D5. I have a bunch of extra of those. Yeah. I have more of an RP Andy. I love creating a viable character based on the story or RP concept I have. That's fair. I had a friend that was like that a lot, and it was definitely interesting. Like, you can have a lot of fun with Warframe on that, especially with the operators now and the drifter and such. But yeah, I don't know. I've always loved stories, but I love, like, game handle story, I handle the math. Give me that. That's why I like Diablo as well. Like Diablo 2, Diablo 3 a little bit, and Path of Exile, right? Dude, I still am sad that my favorite build for Path of Exile is just not, well, hasn't been feasible for a while, last I've checked. If anyone's wondering, the favorite build I have was Bladestorm ones, where you, like, at one point in time, what the trick was, you could stack 2 different Bladestorms that had different effects on them, and it meant that you could double dip them in a really interesting way to me. And I liked that. Need to actually remember to do the objective mission. But yeah, Warframe's always been a mixed bag for me, because it just became such a default game for so long that, like, I talked about this before. I would come home from work, I would play this game, and then I would basically, like, barely sleep because of it. And no offense to this game, but it is basically a second job, and it should kind of be treated as that. Like, it's great, but dear God. When you're hardcore farming in it, it's not great. And that's why I try and refuse to do that too much. Try and take a leisurely approach.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Ran out of space for chat messages and I'd rather not write a novel here. That's fair. That is always the weakness of that stuff, right? Is like... I dread trying to explain some of my Warframe builds in like a chat format. There's a reason why someone will like ask, hey, do you have a build? I'll send them a screenshot of the stuff in it and then I will just give like a do this, this, and this. And it's like, okay, but why? And it's like, you want a better explanation, get me on a call. There is a limit to how well you can explain things. Especially with something like Warframe, where there is a lot of little technical aspects. I mean, the fact that I mentioned with this how it works already indicated that there is a lot of little aspects to how you're meant to kind of keep it going. Where is the Jade? It's you. Kinda sad the Cedo's fallen out of favor. Gotta wait for the Cedo Prime, man. That weapon's gonna be one of my favorites once that comes out. Which that will come out with Lavos. How far will Lavos be? I've never actually not looked in a good while as to who's next. Alright, well, we don't need to farm anymore. That was fucking... That's incredible luck. Okay, fuck, I'll just farm something else then. We were talking about Sevagoth, but there's nothing to farm for him that I don't already have. Yeah, I need to go get relics for him. Just fucking equip this one for now. Well, I think. Don't really want to give up on this mission if I could choose to, because this is one of the fastest, like, infinite missions. To give an idea to why I say that, if you play a survival, it is a set 5 minutes. Defense can be variable, but normally around 5 minutes per thing. This one, when me and Noxie were playing at one time, we managed to get it to a point where it was about every 3-ish minutes at later stages that you were getting a reward. So it's faster. I'm just being a little slow with the objective because I'm still rusty with the game. Oh, Hera Jesse, whoa! Incredible. That's such a rare drop. If you're wondering, so there's There's a joke I always have, and this was because of one of the groups I was playing with for a while. One of the people started trying to be like tutory to some other people as well. And one of the people he was like kind of helping out and tutoring with went like, "Oh my god, a Harrow Prime chassis, like a Harrow, a Harrow chassis drop. Isn't that like really rare?" And it's like, I mean, it is a this percent chance drop. It's like, oh, that's really lucky. 2 minutes later, another one dropped, and he's like, wait a minute. You said it was like, yeah, a percentage drop of this. Do you have any idea how many a minute you're killing? And it's like, oh. Needless to say, if a generic enemy has a 1% chance to drop something in Warframe, that's a very common drop. It's safe to call it a common drop. Oop. And I believe it's like a corrupted... Is it corrupted units or corrupted eczema units? I think there's a specific one for it. Needless to say, it's very common when you do corrupted missions. Oh, what is this one? Okay. I mean, I already have a arcane and that does that. But yeah. Oh, there was a Bone Widow there, I believe. Oh no, I didn't really pay enough attention. I recently, by the way, made it so I can get like the compounding numbers, and my god, it's been so much better, because having thousands, hundreds of thousands come up on your stream constantly, screen constantly is a little hard to pay attention to fully. Just give me a random one. Still trying to think, like, what I even have to farm. A lot of random little tidbits I have to farm nowadays. That's the fun part of it. It was a very solid portion of time where I had like 2-3 things to farm. I'm kind of glad I have more things to do. Wait, no, it's me. Did you just 07 yourself? Nice. Oh, did you fucking die? Is that what happened? Yeah. Thought it was a stream. Yeah, no, it happens. I'm pretty good with my stream most of the time. I do have a decent internet and everything. It's one of the few things that I'll always ensure is I have good internet. Ensured that for like about a decade at this point. This one.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
This one. This one. This one. Just a little bit more lightning. And there we go. I love how it came into this mission with like a fucking 300 health. And now I have like 1,000. This is one of the... That arcane is genuinely really, really good. And I've not even got it maxed out yet. That's the thing. I had a bad day today waiting for your stream, made me feel better, honestly. I'm glad, but sad to hear that you had a bit of a bad day. Always can be kind of sucky. I'm not gonna say they don't happen, but it's never good when they do. I mean, maybe it sounds a little fucking sappy as well, but I always kind of have a hard time when I'm not streaming for too long. Some of my days, I genuinely sit there in the afternoons go, could I get away with like a surprise stream? I don't feel like streaming. Kind of actually had that last night, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Oh. Yeah. Had 10 workers under me, and 6 of them were late with tasks. Like, oh no. Yeah. Oh, back in your car as well? You know, fuck, yeah, that does sound like a shit day. Holy shit. That's, yeah, don't. That's one of those days where, like, next thing's that's gonna happen is you're gonna have your jersey's like pocket catch on the door handle as you're walking out of room. It's one of those kind of days that happens. Like, okay, cool, I'm burning this building down. We've all had those days. Never good, never good. And they didn't have hot dogs in the gas station on the way home. Oh, no. Yep. Yeah. It's definitely one of those, like, just remember that, yeah. It's just one of those, like, alright, I guess we're doing that. Alright then. Good times, good times, good times. Okay, now we can build the Dual Karma's Prime. I've never actually built these. Should finally get them. Get my mastery fodder for them. What's... I could build a full Fang Prime right now. Good on me. Okay. What is... something else I need? Nikondi Prime Handle. I need one of those. Go for that. Nikondi Prime Handle. Do we have relics for that? No. It's Nikana. How is it spelled? Is it Nin? Ninkondi? Nin Kondai. Kondi. Nin. Oh. Okay. So we're looking for the handle. It's chain, that's chain. That's handle. So in 10. Yeah, so far that's looking like the only one. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We can fund off that N10. Let's switch to a different build. What's another build I could play that's silly and fun? Mega caster build? Ugh, I don't know if I've got enough fucking APM energy for that. Speaking of APM energy, I could always play fucking Dagath. Nah, let's play good old Caliban. I want to play a little bit of him. We did dress him up earlier. Okay, so it was the N10? The Meso N10? This one? Yep. And it's Radiant, that one. Oh. Oh, you know one thing I want to talk on a little bit, and I'm going to keep it brief because I talked enough about it yesterday, but there's just been new stuff on it. So, I don't know, this is going to be... I said many a times I don't really like talking about drama stuff because I think that shit's just kind of foul. But Asmongold released an apology video and stuff like that, and some stuff has happened. But we talked about it yesterday. He fucked up, said some stuff it's not okay to say. I'm gonna say this now. I'm taking the opinion, and this is 100% what I'm gonna say, ball is in his court. I'm not gonna say good or bad, I'm gonna say ball is in his court. The video he has actually shows someone that is upset with themselves. That's the big thing. And I know that feeling. I've said some shit in my time that I fucking hate. It's a reason why I keep saying to people, like, it's not that I'm trying to say things not say things to save your feelings. It's I'm trying to not say things because I don't want to say something I will regret. I'm okay saying something and changing my mind later, but I'm not going to say something I'm going to regret. That is a big, big thing to me. That's why I also am very picky with my words. So I kind of get where that's coming from. However, I'm really sad there's one or two kind of attitudes towards it, which is, oh, well, he's just gonna fuck up again, like, basically hoping he's going to fuck up, and not actually giving him a chance, or people saying that he never did something wrong in the first place and he shouldn't apologize to the mob. Both of those perspectives, they're fucking morons. He did fuck up, he's admitted he's fucked up, and that's important. So if he's admitted he's fucked up, and it is actually a pretty big fuck up, it is the case. I even said yesterday, there is a rationale behind his argument that makes sense, doesn't mean it's acceptable. To ever say that. And I actually also did say yesterday, there's one or two outcomes that come out of this that I'm hoping for, which is one, a wake-up call to his audience, or a wake-up call to him, right? That was what I kind of talked on. Looks like it's a wake-up call to him. I'm hoping that if it goes well for him, the audience will follow, though. I think Asmongold just says out loud whatever he's thinking in the moment. Yeah, it definitely... The problem is he's become very good at saying things that would get attention on, like, stream and on platforms. That's the thing. And that's not okay. If your entire kind of shtick is around speaking on dramatic things, then you're gonna come off as an ass. And yeah. So it's basically, and I'm just upset that it's like you can't, people are almost acting like you can't be of two minds of being skeptical but also calling him out on what he did wrong. It's like, I'm not defending what he did, I'm just saying that it's good, it sounds like he's actually willing to acknowledge his wrongs and try and make amends by rectifying his behavior. Give him the opportunity. If he fucks up, call him out on it, but only then. If he doesn't fuck up, praise him, because that is the correct thing to do. That's what people actually respond the best to. But yeah, no, it's just the almost constant, like, beratement shit. I hate that, man. I can't, it almost makes me feel bad for him, like, properly. Just for that. No one should have to deal with that shit, man. Pretty sure he had stuff explained to him by this. Yeah. I mean, the fact is he stepped away from a lot of leadership positions, which is a good call, I'm going to be honest. It was detrimental. But yeah, no, if he's actually remorseful, if he actually changes, pulls his act together, good. I have nothing wrong with that. I've never watched his content, so I have no actual attachment to the person. But I've said before, like, I hope that he can continue to express opinions, but just not in a hateful and angry way. That's the thing I think's wrong. Because that's what I've said before. I'm all good for people expressing their opinions, their thoughts, and all that sort of stuff. It's good. You should be allowed to. You should be able to. As long as it's not actually hurting someone else, right? And realistically, that's kind of a problem there as well. Technically, you're always going to hurt someone with any opinion, because there's always going to be the inverse. But, like, one of the... So I only watched, like, about 3 minutes of his apology video, and that was enough for me to kind of get the gauge of what he was thinking and what he was saying, and I'm pretty solid, stand by that statement. He commented on, like, how he watched back the video and he's like, yeah, I don't stand for religious bigotry and shit like that, religious extremism bigotry is basically what he said. I know it was religious extremism, but I'm kind of, like, adding that one word to it because that was kind of what he was talking to. And he basically said, yeah, it didn't look like I was actually talking about that. In fact, it almost felt like I was avoiding saying that. I came off as an asshole, and it was really unacceptable how it came off as. Does he still kind of agree with his point? Yes, but if it's worded correctly. And I'm like, it's fair. He's pretty open-minded to criticism and told people a couple of times that he doesn't mind people hating his opinions because that, yeah, and that's the thing, right, is like, if he's just, the problem is that it's become too hateful, and he's acknowledged that, and that's the first step to changing something. If he changes, if he fixes stuff, that's up for debate, but time will tell. Not some random person on the internet being a dick saying it won't. No, we don't know. Are you from the future? Are you... what? It's like, oh, I've seen examples of this in the past. It's like, so have I. But I've also seen examples of people come back from this and change their life around and actually improve. So you're going to discount those examples as well? Just because it fits the narrative that you want to push? Come on. But yeah, I'm going to cut the conversation on that there, because like I said, I don't want to go on like an hour rant or something on that, because I don't feel like it deserves it. It was just a follow-up based on the new stuff that has been made available, and just a comment more on, I just dislike some of that about the internet, because I know Thor spoke up about this as well, and he's pretty much got the same sort of opinion I do, right? He's phrased it differently, but it's basically the same argument. And that's the point. And the fact that he got hate just confuses me, man. I was unhappy while reading a comment section on YouTube because it was very negative and brought up drama constantly. So, yeah. I mean, in a sense, what you said there is why I avoid Reddit, because Reddit's really good at pushing buttons in a way that's completely unnecessary and actually detracts from the information that's being presented. People are more willing to pick fights with the individual than the actual topic, and too many people are too keen on only believing their own opinion is correct and not even accepting that alternative perspectives could exist. Reddit's a breeding ground for that shit. Baiting engagement and farming karma. Yeah. No, it's the case, right? It's just, I dislike that that's what a lot of the internet's kind of moved towards. It's what Twitter is as well. One of my pet grievances, I talked about this recently as well, was that one person that made a comment like negatively against Iron Mouse and then like got called out for being super parasocial with it. Because it was like Iron Mouse getting over KSI, I believe, right? And people being super parasocial about it. One of the people, and then that person goes, yeah, I really hate that. And it's like, then why are you doing this? It's like, oh, it's clearly he's engagement farming. And that's just kind of shit, I'm gonna be honest. If you're just typing out a message on Twitter just to have a controversial take to get people to look at your content, that means that your content's probably not worth looking at. Gotta be real with you, Chief. That's why I said, like, I'm willing to talk about drama sometimes. Oh shit, a mercy kill. Whoops. I'm willing to do that. But I'm not making that the focus of my content. I use it for information, right? Like, with this topics at the moment, I'm using that as examples and discussions of general things. And I'm also trying to take a more analytical perspective to it. Not saying neutral, because you can't really be neutral. It's not easy for people to be truly objective and neutral. There's an effort to be made, I'll admit to that, but I also will not deny my own biases. You see a post where people talk about subject, so you say subject bad, and people just vote like, hey, it's yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the case, right? Like, do you have any idea how many videos I could just make about, like, hate on VTubers, right? There's a lot of things you can do for that. And instead, those shorts that I made at one point are an example of what I think of, which is, do I talk about the negative aspects of the field? Yes. What do I also talk about? I talk about what the field actually is. I talk about the positives, I talk about the negatives, I talk about it analytically. If you're going to talk about one side, you need to be willing to accept or talk about the other side. Otherwise, you're just spreading agenda and not information. You can still spread agenda with taking, like, a side of both informations, because you can use the, but that's the point. You can use the other side as examples of what's wrong on their thing and what's right with your side. It's a way better argument at that point too as well, if you do it correctly. You do it, like, respectfully, not just, haha, this person's opinion bad because bad. And I speak from this because this is what you would do in academic literature. A good academic article of some kind has got both sides considered and uses the other side as a way to accentuate their point. Or, potentially, disprove their own point and go, you know what, we've learned something. Right? It's important, man. I'm a supporter of your channel, Drama VTuber. He made him, he himself said that most drama is bloated and stupid. People need to see both sides. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I say, like, Penn, right? Can't remember his full name, but he's the guy I go for VTuber info. I like his content because while he covers drama, he covers it. He doesn't go into in depth, and he often reiterates something that is really important, which is so many people are too keen on reading far deeper into things than they should. And they're gonna come up with controversies because of that are completely bullshit. One of the big ones at the moment is the Ina situation, right? So there's a lot of like controversies going around that. Realistically, what's probably happened and what it genuinely sounds like the work visa Ina had got cancelled or expired, and that's it. And now they're basically just going like, shit, well, we need to be careful because anything she tweets or streams or anything like that would be considered a business thing and could get into a lot of legal trouble. That's it. No one fucked up or anything, it's just a legal thing, and that's probably most likely the case. Simple. Yes, confirmed visa problem to on all. Okay, cool. There you go. So there we go. Example right there of people were blowing it out of proportion, saying like it was a staff thing or it was a cancellation thing or something like. No, it was probably just a simple slip up. And because I remember, I think Ina wanted to stay in Japan till like the end of the year, right? So a lot of people were kind of like making that as a reference point. It's like, stuff happens. Maybe there was a delay on getting the visa reapproved. I don't know. Shit happens. No one actively fucked up from what I could see. And that's the problem, is everyone was just spreading this information, this agenda, and it's like, oh, cool. Be more interesting. Japanese visa is, yeah, no, that is something that is true. You want to talk about non-controversial topics, fucking Japan's, like, legal architecture and paperwork systems are a fucking mess and a nightmare. Do they work? Sorta? But, yeah, they're a bitch. It's never good to get and yeah, no, they have a lot of problems. They have a lot of problems, and you have to be very onto it with a lot of details. Short answer is, it's one of those things that it's best to be left to some companies and stuff, not to try and be done by individuals. Because, as we just see with the Ina situation, even a company, something can go wrong because of how just like complex and annoying and difficult things are. Like what? With the Ina situation, right? Again, it's if you're going over for work, try and aim to have something to do that stuff for you as the shorthand, right? I went over for a holiday, I went over for 2 weeks, and that wasn't too bad, but that was very much just like generic international stuff. I still had to sign like a bunch of things though for that. I remember we had to sign like multiple things on the way in, a lot less leaving because we were just coming back into New Zealand, and it's just like, are you a New Zealander? Yes. Cool. I don't have to declare basically jack shit. Ooh, that's one of the Tenoko mods. That's one of the ones I wanted. Awesome. Wait, no, this is the wrong way. Yeah, do I? Yeah. Do I go around? I hate this when the pathing looks changes like this. It just shows the exact location, not the path location. Ugh. But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, there was the other example as well with Star Rail, actually, somewhat recently, and there's a current one as well that's in this situation, which is the Feixiao VA was not listed for a while and was not doing stuff, and it sparked a huge controversy over like them posting a specific piece of fan art. Because it just kind of lined up with the time. Truth of it was, they were on the strike for VAs, and that was it. So they just weren't working at the time. There was nothing else to it, and they were respecting that. That's all it was. No drama. Celine with shields. Oh, she's with, yeah. So that's why, like, that happened, and at the moment, Sunday's VA is currently listed, not listed. In most places, it's not listed, but it did get, like, potentially confirmed in one location, but it's probably just the same thing. And the fact that, what was it, one of the VAs, Sayu, had to come out and, like, talk on that. Alejandro, I should really say, in this casing. How you going? How's stream going? Good. The stream's going good. I mean, at the moment, just doing some casual farming in Warframe. Because I hate myself. I don't know. But yeah, just kind of like... We should jump out of the drama section. Yeah, I do want to kind of, like I said, I avoid it when I can. Just using it as a topic point's easy sometimes. Need positivity. What's a good positive subject to talk on? What's something that's cool that's happening at the moment? In like game dev or I mean, there's a lot of cool things in game dev, to be honest. There's always, oh dude, I'm excited for like Christmas, because there's gonna be so many cool like streams for charity going on. It's already been a bunch announced. I'm so excited, man. Definitely gonna be interested to see what like VTubers and stuff like that come up with during that time, because it's always been a cool thing for that. It's always cool to see that stuff. I know, I don't know, I'm toxic. I made fun of people to have fun. Yeah. Dude, that's how you go on the internet, right? Oh, no, you know one thing I want to just, like, make a comment on? I have been watching way too many of the VTubers now playing the fucking card game simulator. The card game shop simulator. I kind of want to play it. And the worst part is, I know if I play that shit, I'm gonna, like, lose so many hours to it. Like, not even joking, I know that I wouldn't play that thing for like 24 hours straight easily. And it's cheap as well. I have it on the other window open. There you go, point in case, alright, point in case. It definitely looks like a cool game. I think they did a cool job with it, and some of the stuff that's coming looks really awesome. I will say this now, and I'm gonna say this very sternly. If I do end up playing it, do not expect me to play with, like, a mod that changes the cards, unless it's to a specific thing. Like, I'm not doing Pokemon 1. I'm good. I do not really need any assets, and I'm going to say this in the politest sense. This is not somewhere you can advertise. Hey, Nikonde Prime handle. But yeah, no, I mean, I've been watching how much Aura play it now. She basically plays it like every other stream. Saw her playing DS3. Backseating with my power, got really annoyed real fast. That's the thing. Backseating's Backseating is an interesting topic. I actually think we should talk on that a little bit, right? Because that's a positive topic still, somewhat. Backseating is really difficult not to do as a viewer. And I understand that, because I do that as well. You want the person to have the best experience possible, but like also at the same time, sometimes the best experience is to experience it and not be told how to experience it. So there's a fine line. My rule of thumb, for me, not for everyone does this work, but for me, is if I directly ask, not like ask in general, but directly ask, hey, how do I do this? Then that's me asking. Otherwise, probably don't really care to hear. And realistically, probably people have seen this. If you put those sorts of comments in the chat, I might look at it and just not make a comment towards it. I might not, I'll read it, but that's the end of that, right? I went hard on it, felt real bad. Yeah. It's, again, that's kind of what I say with that aspect of like, I try not to say things I will regret. So I always look very, very closely at what I'm going to say. And I still say stuff I regret. I learn, right? I learn, can I say this? Can I not say this? Is this okay? Is this not? One of the biggest ones I know it's really hard to kind of do is talk about my game in a lot of places, right? Cause do you have any idea how much like I would love to talk about that, or someone brings up a subject that's kind of like very parallel to it, and I'm like, is it okay for me to bring this up? At level 4 felt better redemption. That's fair. That does sound like a bit of a redemption. But like, that's why when Aura actually did call me out on stream that I was making a game with her in it and stuff like that, I didn't respond to it at the time very intensely. I just said like, oh, that's really cool. Thank you for like looking at the streams and stuff like that. Because I don't feel comfortable advertising me streaming on someone else's stream. If they're talking about it, there's a different argument there, but I still don't feel comfortable with it. And that's a personal thing. I'm not going to say other people can't, right? Like, there's been plenty of people that have been in the chat that have talked about their own content, and I don't mind that, because at the end of the day, I'm a small content creator. I want to offer any understanding, expertise I have, and I'm not exactly aiming to be the top end, right? If I was, then I would be doing a lot more editing, a lot more videos, a lot more shorts, stuff like that. Like, I know what I need to do to improve the channel and content, but I also acknowledge the effort for it is so much more for me than I really need to put in right now. Oh, I advertise you here and there, there's no rules against it. And that's fair. Like, I'm not going to say you can't do that. That's completely your own prerogative. Very much appreciated. And as long as you, are following rules of that sort of capacity where it's like, not, if they say, hey, no advertising here, don't advertise, right? So always follow the chat rules. I don't really have chat rules. I think my short answer always is, don't, like, just aggressively advertise. If I tell you to stop saying something, that's probably a sign to stop. And just don't be an excessive bigot. If you came in just like, I know one time I was playing a game and someone just came in and just only said spoilers for the game I was playing, and it was a very story-oriented one. I'm like, cool, goodbye. Right. And I think that's fair. So, yeah, I think my global rule of chat is just don't be a bigot. Don't go too far off subject, I guess, is a soft rule. As well. But, again, that's a bit of a soft rule. I don't mind it as much. I know, like, Thor has made it clear that, like, no politics. I don't mind politics to an extent, as long as everyone's being, like, good and kind about it. And it's more talking from an analytical perspective, not an advertisement perspective. Alright. Because I understand some people sometimes just need to express a bit of frustration. And I'm not against my community having that space as long as it's done in a way that's constructive and acceptable to each other. Basically, don't treat the other person like an idiot, and don't treat them awfully, but it's okay to have some fun, right? One guy said it's gonna flop. Died in silence. Gonna flop harder than me. I like that. I like that. That's funny. To be fair, if you want to understand what kind of friend groups I have, last night I was chatting with some mates watching some Dragon Ball. And we made a joke, because he constantly, that was the fucking first chat of the day, was from one of the people in that group going, Fridge Boy. We keep making the joke that my jokes go on the fridge, because they're fucking trash. I keep making shit-ass jokes, and I actively like making bad jokes, because if you can cringe at my jokes, I'm happy. Very dad joke vibes. But the joke was, if the game manages to get into the top 10 on Steam, I finally get to go, the game goes on the fridge. And it's just, we kept joking, and I was like, okay, well, what if I got to, like, #1 at the time on Steam? And he's just like, look, you can maybe go onto the bottom end of the freezer, like the handle, and just know that I will be proud but not impressed. And just everyone erupted. So, if you're wondering, that's how supportive my friends are. That was some emotional damage, I'll have you know. God damn. He even said afterwards, like, if I didn't start laughing in response to that and I had gone quiet, he would have just apologized, because we knew that was really far. But yeah, there you go. That's the kind of humor that I'm used to in my groups. This sounds funny. The reason that even got brought up was I made a point to say, like, I've been having so much positivity towards me in the game for quite a while now that it's actually kind of almost disconcerting. That's why I actually liked the other day when I talked about this Zykozilla content creator that I am an admin in one of his servers. He played the game and he gave me a lot of criticism around like UI and stuff like that. And he very clearly talked, hey, look, this is very clearly early access and stuff. You've got a lot of cool ideas, you got a lot of cool art, but the rest of the game does need a lot of work. I'm like, cool, this is great. This helps me a lot because this gives me some direction. What have we been working really heavily on in the recent times? UI. I do a lot of self-deprecating humor with a punchline like, I'm a creep, I'm fat and ugly, I'm a nerd. My fruit, haha, me too. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is that there's a level of okay with self-deprecating humor. So New Zealand's really famously a self-deprecating culture. We're really, really horrible on that stuff. There is an acceptable level of that, and this is something I had with experience, and I'll speak to this. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. If your group has a good balance where everyone's can make those jokes, but also know when not to make those jokes and will pull back and actually be supportive when something happens, Because like I've talked with them about some things and they've been really nice to me, talked about a lot of, and we were all like gassing each other up and shit. It's great. But then we'll have moments where we're like extremely fucking stupid and say stupid shit. That balance is important. When it's too much of one, which is what happened with one friend group I had, you start just feeling like shit and you just get worse and worse and worse and you get this negative spiral going. If you have anything go wrong at that point, you just don't feel like you've got any support. That's what you need with a friend group, right? Have you heard about the Polish smile? No, I don't think I have. But that's kind of my experience with that stuff. And yeah, that's why I say, like, it's important. It's very important to find a good friend group that you can chat shit with, but also feel comfortable with. That's always the important thing. You should feel like you can be safe and secure in that group. If you can't, then there's clearly something wrong and something needs to change, right? Meme about the default look of my people. Well, to be fair, New Zealand's very used to getting sheep shagger comments and stuff. Smile plus sadness equals Polish smile. Oh no. Okay. I think I understand, yep. Hildren Prime Systems, Hildren Prime Neuroptics, Hildren Prime Chassis, and Blueprint. Let's have a little look for that. How's Hildren spelled again? I literally just looked at it. H. That's way too far. H-I. That's what I'm getting wrong. H-I-L. Get it. Hill. So we're looking for chassis and blueprint. Meso H7. Meso H5. Cool. Basically, expression of joy on our faces looks kind of like a frown in America, from what I understand. Dude, I have lived most of my life with having to, like, get people coming up to me and asking me if I'm okay, if I'm just, like, not expressing. Because, like, my default look apparently looks very, very depressed or very, very angry. In fact, I was actually told by one of the places I worked at, very particularly, that I needed to change how I presented myself because people in the workplace felt like they couldn't approach me. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, everyone thinks you're really, really upset with them and angry and just really unapproachable. I'm like, what? When have I done that? And they're like, we're not even sure as well. Because we actually, like, we do know you, and we know that's definitely not the case, but apparently that's how you come off to a lot of the, like, new recruits and all that, and I'm like, okay. I actually went and asked a few of them, and I said, is this how you feel? Completely, like, there's no need to answer. It turned out, yeah, just my resting face is really grumpy looking and all that, or when I'm focusing especially, and there's probably videos of it on stream, I do have a little bit of a frown. I was like, I mean, I get that, but that's that whole, like, don't judge a book by its cover, people. Come on. A couple of Ukrainian women approached me in the break room and asked me if I'm okay because I look real sad. Yeah. So, I understand that. I understand that very well. Okay, so the Meso H's, Meso H7, Meso H5, and then like Axie ones give us the chassis? Okay, so Meso and Axie Hildren. Also, that run was very easy with Caliban. We also got to like level 24, nice. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is I guess I went from, when I was younger, it was everyone was worried I was sad, to when I'm older, everyone thinks I'm so fucking grumpy and unapproachable. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't aim for that to being the case, but apparently that's the case. Ooh, conjunction survival or survival murmur. I would prefer survival murmur. So we wanted the H5 and H7s. Yes, I am just doing relic cracking because it's really easy to do in Warframe. And it's more or less the main farm that I want to do at this point. There we go. There we go. But yeah, it's an interesting one having like that sort of default expression negativity. So I don't know how I feel about that sometimes. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of used to it, eh? I mentioned earlier my statement on the matter. If you're gonna continue, then I'm gonna stop you right there. I am not interested, nor am I probably the right person to be talking to. I'm gonna be honest, I stand by this with this thing. If you open up your conversations as a door-to-door salesman, you can leave. I'm happy for you to leave. Because at that point in time, you appear nothing less than a bot to me. Even if you're not, that's how you come off as. A human bot. That's what they're called. Thor even actually made a bit of a short on talking about that. Very interesting subject, that one. 100% agree with it.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
God. Kind of need to find some new weapons to use, because this weapon's just kind of rotting my brain. It's really, really easy to use. So what happens when they try and remove the fucking AoE meta and then add, like, slightly better versions of the AoE meta as weapons? It's actually quite a fascinating thing, right? So recently I've been getting a lot more like messages on Discord and on Twitter, even on fucking Steam. And I have this weird, difficult time of not wanting to be rude. But there's also like very clearly some of them are just bots, right? And so I'll give pretty much all people my little 2 cents if I can. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to get to the point with just the sheer frequency of things. I'm gonna go back to my very old approach of if I don't know you and I have no evidence of who you are, I'm probably just not gonna respond. Start taking the approach that if you don't start like your Twitter DM with, hey, by the way, it's me from chat, I'm probably just not gonna bother. Or, hey, I've looked at this, this, and this. Give me a fucking explanation of who you are. Don't just go like, oh, actually, no, you want to know one thing I want to talk on. If you ever send me a message going, can I ask you a question? You've already failed. Just straight up gonna say that now. So yeah, you asked a question, well done. Goodbye. You're gonna ask something, fucking ask something. Now don't get me wrong, it's okay to preface it. I don't think that's a bad thing. But like, what I do with some of my business emails that I send out, right, is an example, because that's what I'll use for an example, is I go, hey, this is who I am, this is what I'm kind of doing, this is what I'm aiming for, and let me just kind of like preface, these are the things that I like in the situation. Thank you for your time. Because you've sent an email or a message, I can respond to that at any fucking time. If you're in person and you came up to me and going like, hey, do you have time for a question? That's fair. If you're fucking sending me a message on Discord or on email or anything like that and asking, can I ask you a question, and then you leave it at that, dude, just leave your fucking question, I'll respond. Or I won't, and that means that I was probably never going to respond in the first place. Well done. It's a pet peeve of mine. I always find that really weird to me. Just ask your damn question. Get to the point. Do you hear about the Pokemon leaks? Oh boy, did I. Yeah, as someone that absolutely loves Cyndaquil and stuff, concern. No, okay, can I actually, so, while I love the memes that are coming out of it, I will say there is one complaint I have of it all. And it's the people that are not taking it, like, memeing sense. And people that are actually, like, raising concerns and shit. All Pokemon are based off, like, myth and shit. All of them are fucked up. We've known this since the beginning. In fact, there are some of them that still keep their fucked up lore going into the game, like Drifloon. This is not new. This is very, very common. A lot of designs approach this thing. What the initial product design is not what the final product ends up being. There are, yeah, like, there's rejected ideas for a reason. There's a reason as well that, like, okay, so this is what the myth that it's based off, the initial design, all that stuff. Cool, well done. That's not what the end product is. Does that mean you should judge the final product based off the initial product? No. That's not what you should do. Because design... I mean, fuck, my game has gone through so many design iterations. It was supposed to be an open world. It was supposed to be a pseudo-open world where you would run around for infinite, very much like Vampire Survivors. There was no walls. Changed that at some point, didn't I? Much better design now. People just want to... yeah. That's the only thing I'm sad about. But if you're someone that's like actually taking the piss out of it and like being funny with it, keep going. That's great. That shit's funny to me. Keep doing that, people. It It is definitely concerning, though, the amount of stuff that got leaked. Kind of concerning. I mean, fuck, even Thor made a comment on it. Did he make it as a short, or did he... I can't remember if I watched it stream or the short. I think I did both, if he did make a short. Where he talks about the leaks a little bit. Or was it a pants? I can't remember. Short answer is that, like, yeah, no. If you actually use, like, logic and stuff, there's a lot of Pokemon that are way more fucked up. Nintendo already sent assassins after the leak. See, those jokes are the ones I find funny, because let's be honest, they probably did. Man, his sniper's trained on him now. Everywhere he walks. He's not dead already. I actually think one of the ones I found more fascinating from the leaks was the chart they had for describing the mythos of Pokemon. That shit was interesting to look at. It's every Pokemon service, yes. That's about right. Starts turning into a fucking dystopian world. It's like, this is what happens when you fuck with Nintendo, boys. To be fair, we already knew Nintendo's like, you don't fuck with Nintendo. It's why, I actually talked about, did I talk about this during the Pokerogue thing? If you ever play like a emulator or anything, you can't give any way of getting that emulator. You just can't. For safety's sake, you cannot show how you got it, how to do it, any of that stuff. Because Nintendo will sue your ass. That is not a joke. That is genuinely the case. You'd be very, very cautious with that. Because, again, Japan is very protective around its IPs in general, and Pokemon is like... Yeah, Pokemon's definitely up there in the list of protected ones for a reason as well. Makes a lot of sense when you think that they've literally made Pikachu an ambassador, I believe? Right? That's what they did, like, fucking 5 years ago or something? Which, I just find that funny. Good old mascot becoming an ambassador. Would sell your liver to cover the money lost from emulators? Yeah, exactly. To be fair, my liver is probably not worth that much. That'd be scrounging to find someone that would be willing to pay for it. Could even sell at a discount at that point. Can't even make a joke about selling my heart either. That shit's fucked up as well. I'm trying to replace it already. Can I just say, just random off-topic sort of thing, Caliban rework, really nice. Didn't play him too much before the rework. Now he feels very, very nice to play. There's a lot of cool ways of his play pattern playing out, and overall, just, yeah, massive improvement. Go DE for, once again, actually pulling through with something like this. Give praise where it's fucking deserving, people. Call people out when they fuck up, and praise them when they don't. Or, well, praise them when they do right. Because then they'll want to do right more. Don't take the stick approach. Fuck that shit. Carrot and the stick. It's actually gonna be interesting when because I gotta play like a Pokemon game at some point, right? We have the Switch there, we have the way of streaming it. Play Pokemon via like Scarlet at some point. It's on the list. The list is long. The list is so long. Gotta figure out, you know, it sounds like maybe planning a little too far in advance. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for like Christmas stream. I gotta do something, right? Already trying to decide if I do something for fucking Halloween. Because that's like next week. Right? Is there anything that I could do for Halloween that I feels interesting? Man, I've got like plenty of shitty horror games we could play. I just don't like them. And during that time, we will actually be able to stream for like longer periods of time. So we could do like a fucking long ass horror binge. See if I can convince a friend or two to play. Kinda simple. Yeah. That's why I'm like, what to do? What to do, man? Nothing bad with simple. True. I mean, tell you what, like, so I'm gonna have to take, not next Monday, but the Monday after that off, because it's Labor Day, and that's the day I'm coming back from the barbecue that I'm gonna be going to, out of town. So I'm gonna move the streams around that week a little bit already. I will ask to see if how available some of my mates are, and I'll see if any of them have, like, I don't know, fucking any co-op horror games. Or I'll see if there's any cheap ones I can pick up. I'll probably end up chatting with them like later tonight as it is, so, you know. Halloween is fun. So you wanna know, like, there's only one thing I do for Halloweens. One thing. There was a movie that came out for Halloween once, and I fucking loved it. And I still think it's an amazing movie, and it's the only tradition I have for Halloween. Outside of that, nothing really. You know what movie that is? Actually, I want to see if people can guess. Go on, Devil, you get the solid guess. See if you get it right first time. I would not be surprised if no one will remember this movie first. But it's definitely a movie that probably everyone's seen. To be fair, I have kind of like lacked on my yearly traditions for the last year or so, so. I'm still gonna probably watch it. So a lot of bad Halloween movies, but I'm sure. So it is, was it called Scary House? Spooky House? Something like that? It's the one where the house comes to life, that animated movie. I still love that movie. I think it's fucking great. Do I think it's scary? No. I fucking love it because just the design of it is actually the best horror movie for just entertainment value. Yes, yeah, it's so good, man. It's the, like, ever since that movie came out, every Halloween, I'd watch it. Speak, exactly, man. It's just so good. For someone that doesn't, like, enjoy horror and doesn't, primarily because I just don't like lots of loud noises getting thrown at me because my ears are sensitive, somewhat. It's not that I get scared, it's that I just get irritated, right? I love that movie because it doesn't waste time on that shit, it just crafts a really good story. It does do some spooks, but you know, I'll live with a few if it means I get a good movie. So yeah, that's my only little Halloween tradition. I mean, we can always look through my Steam history, my Steam library, and see what horror games I have available. Like, I don't know, later next week or something. Probably on a programming stream because it's easier to show my Steam library then. Then I can have it pre-installed in advance. Do like a fucking 12-hour stream of shitty horror games. A loudspeaker and a soundboard. Oh yes. So, why did you wait a minute? Don't think you can sneak that shit past me. I can see that. Just because my chats are merged doesn't mean I don't pay attention to the symbol next to them. For some reason. What? Why was it censoring that? What? YouTube. Why? What? Nah, I almost want to know what YouTube algorithmic system is like seeing with that. That's unacceptable. I'm very interested now. Because it's normally an automated, like, AI, soft AI system, right? Based on an algorithm to check. Does it meet specific conditionals? What conditionals in that are the problem? Is it scare local kids? Something like that in conjunction? Harm to children, most like, yeah, like, it must be something about that, which is... I mean, I kind of get it, but, like, really? Seems very, very strange. beat him slash them. Really? What the fuck? Because I want to say this now, to my understanding, that is not on me. That is 100% on YouTube. Because I'm pretty sure I have no censorship options toggled. I defy the algorithm gods. Exactly. Just get around them fucking barriers, man. Good shit. So welcome to the why VPNs can be good. Breaking the rules. Every YouTube chat does it? Yeah. Very strange. I mean, like, again, YouTube's got, like, its inbuilt stuff is the main thing. Like I've said this before, the shorthand is if you don't see the message pop up, that is a thing. Oh god, the screen hurts to look at. What do you mean? What's wrong with it? This is, dude, listen, I've turned down my particles. This is fucking more easy to look at than normal for me. I don't like it. It seems boring. But I did it because I didn't want the bitrate to completely just vaporize. Because that's the beauty of Warframe. It's the same problem with streaming Vampire Survivors. His bitrate just completely drops to the dumpster. This is what a late game Warframe looks like, man. Unless you're commenting on the screen shaking. That's fair. Because, I do have very twitchy fingers. Can you tell that I did fucking shooters, tournaments, like I said earlier? But I hate shooters. I had a case where everything from my PC was getting flagged in chat, but same account from the phone did for some reason. Wild. It's forged in YouTube cringe. Dude, I remember YouTube poops. What happened to them? The stream likes one thing that makes it unsuccessful, namely ERP, dude, okay, I'm gonna say this now, one day, right, if I can afford to get one of those, like, ASMR mics, I hate ASMR, but I'll get one of them ASMR mics, and we're gonna fucking hate it. We're gonna make the most cringe fucking shit we can with that. I promise you this. It is a goal of mine. Also, I'm running out of fucking traces, Jesus. Went through over 1,000 at this point. You're on loudspeaker for me? Oh god, imagine. Have you heard that Warframe players do? Oh my god, yeah. There is, yeah, no, I do know about, to be fair, any game that's kind of like this is gonna have that shit. I've heard it in Diablo, dude, I heard it in Path of Exile, I fucking walked in on it one time, that was wild. Can't wait to get onto VR chat again and that's literally gonna be all we see. Everyone in your house hears me. Oh no. Well, hello to everyone in the house. I'm sure that you like me, really. To be fair, maybe this is a personal thing. I feel like I've got a very nice voice to listen to. The reason I didn't come back to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh god, yeah. That's fair. I mean, I'm just reminded of the player card situation for that game. To anyone that doesn't know, you had player cards and you could take screenshots and all sorts with it. There were ways to make your player cards very interesting to the extent that I could not show you some examples on stream, and that was impressive. There were some very funny ones though. Sadly enough, that got a little limited now. You would have thought. Surprisingly enough, you can't just make a character completely naked and have penis. Who knew? Might be against terms of service. But yeah, no, the ERP in that game was, yeah, there were moments. I'm glad I didn't come across too much of it when I was playing. I still want to come back to that game, man. One day. I still think it's like one of the better MMOs I've ever played. But then again, I also do want to kind of come back to World of Warcraft at some point. The problem is, I don't think I have the account for that anymore, so I'm gonna have to start from scratch. And I got mixed feelings about that. Because that's a lot of money going into that. Kind of like with Warframe, as I don't play on my original account because I don't have it. It's for an old email. I forgot the password, made a new one anyway because I was playing friends, and I was like, eventually figured out the password for it, and I'm like, it's just no point. I had no friends interested in playing. I gotta say that's definitely something that would impact me going back or not, because I just don't have anyone at the moment to go back with to play it, especially knowing that if I play, I kind of want to play on Oceania, because I've been playing on the Europe server because that was where my friends were that I started playing with. I don't think any of them play it anymore, nor am I in contact with a few of them, so not really worth it in my eyes. And I only think I have like one person I know of that's in like New Zealand that plays on that server. So I got EU friends. I mean, that's the case, man. So it's most of my friends online are EU, and then like I think percentage-wise, the friends that I have nowadays, I like hang out with and chat with and stuff, like maybe 10-20% of them are from New Zealand, like maybe 70% of them are from EU, and then the rest are from like all over the place. Some in Oceania, some in America. I actually don't hang out with that many Americans, which is kind of interesting to me. And the few that I do don't tend to tell me as well until quite later on. I don't know why that is. And like, it gets brought up at some point and they're like, yeah, sorry, I am American. It's like, why are you sorry? Like, don't get me wrong, there's jokes we can make now, but... God damn it, another Revenant Prime fucking chassis, or systems. But yeah, most of my friends are EU. Specifically, one group, most of them were from the Netherlands. Still in contact with one of them, which is the guy that comes in chat every once in a while that has no username. But I yell, call him Yoast. He's a good sort. He's one of my mini programmy talk buddies. Because we've had a lot of discussions about stuff, because we come from very different perspectives on it. Well, so, not very different, but somewhat different. I have a different experience than he does. Could you tell me what classes or upgrades, if no classes, you got in Warframe? Short answer is probably about 70 to 80% of all of them. I have 3,000 hours in this game, and I've been this account started when Sarum Prime and Atlas came out. I cannot tell you a definite answer. It's easier. I'm not even kidding. We can pause right now and show profile. It is easier if I go to equipment, I sort by used, and I scroll to the bottom, because the fact is, of each category, I can still see the top of what I haven't, what I have used. Oh, melee is a bit further down. Oh, that's because of some of the Zors that I still haven't finished. Robotics, missing only newer ones. Sizzle again. Companions in general, have all of them. Let's go, kind of my point there. Explain, man. I haven't got to play Warframe. I mean, if you want an explanation of what I'm playing at the moment, I'm playing the Warframe Revenant. He recently got reworked and is a lot more interesting. Namely, his second ability, third ability, and his ult, the ones I'm using the most. His second ability is the Stomp. Lifts enemies up and gives them... How much is it at the moment? It's like 50%, 90% damage vulnerability. So it's pretty good. This one summons a dude based on which one I've selected. At the moment, I've selected the one that gives me shields. And then this one's the ult, which the ult is literally just me doing... There you go. That's about the best explanation you're probably going to get. I think that's a decent-ish explanation, right? It's like the Division and other exploration games like that. Not inaccurate. Definitely more like you go into a specific map than a larger area, and they're a lot more like particular. But the kind of idea of the class system isn't inaccurate. Because it's kind of like, again, you're playing as a Warframe, a structured one that comes in with abilities. But you can pick your own weapons, you can pick your own other gear that goes around it, and supplement what you need to. You can modify them as well, yada yada yada. So, again, not an inaccurate assessment. I will admit, the difficulty I have is that, like, Warframe is one of the older ones of this stuff that I've played, and I don't have many more newer examples of this architecture to, like, comment on. I know there was a new game that kind of did it. Was it First Ascent? Kind of has this sort of stuff. I mean, yeah, First Ascent kind of had it. Whatever. Is there more supporter style of items? I mean, there's this gear wheel that I have of a bunch of support-ish gear. Yes, is what you could kind of refer to. It's your utility items. There's most of it I don't use though, because it's not very useful. And the ones that are useful are all hotkeyed. So. I will openly admit, equipment I mean, not just usables. Oh, well I mean like you come in with a melee, a secondary, and a primary. Then you have a sentinel, which is that weird thing floating next to me on the screen. It's like in the top of the screen at the moment. Called Worm Prime, because it's Worm Prime. You can bring a pet with you, all sorts, but you can bring a companion. And then it's like up to 4 people that you can play. They all can have their own companions. That's pretty much it. You can modify, like, again, you can equip mods. We showed a bit of that before, we can show a bit of that later. Like, I will say very openly though, this game is very large and very complex. It's easier to go into specifics visually than it is descriptively, because of how much is going on with it. And I can't really show the mods in mission, so... Like, I can talk about them. Some of them are just simply, like, health improvements, but then, like, on this frame, I've got one that means energy pickups give me health, and health gives me energy, I believe. God damn it, more Revenant fucking Prime systems. Ah, pain. I can't upgrade another relic. Okay, we'll do one more run of this relic, and then we will leave. And we can go look at some stuff. Go farm some things if we need to. Some other things. But like, a lot of your utility comes in with frames. So that's a big thing. Warframe overall lore in 2 sentences? Oh, fuck. Okay, question on how to answer that best. Do you want overall story, or do you want lead up to main game story? Because lead up to main game I can do. Overall, gonna need more than 2 sentences. Just that's how much is going on in it. Because if I was to do lead up to it, the Tenno are a clan of people that were employed by a giant space organization as assassins, and then they were given warframes as a way to be more efficient, and then they basically became too good at their job. The space organizations got scared of them, wanted to exterminate them, and then they fought back against them. In the process, they created a bunch of weapons and things that ended up backfiring and ended up almost leading to their own destruction. Stuff like the Sentients, the Infested, all sorts of stuff like that, and then basically they collapsed. We ran away, went into a dream state, only recently woke up, and that's basically the game up till the second dream storyline, which is the first, like, major story. And it's me cutting out a shitload. I'm gonna tell you now, if you want more than that in a short amount of time, it's not happening. There's too much. The story is... like, this game is over a decade old. You're asking way too much. It's a decade old, right? I'm pretty sure it's over a decade old now. Or close to. And they've been releasing large-scale storyline things. So tier 2 in terms of faction. Again, you're kind of asking for oversimplification that's not gonna give you a meaningful answer. I'm gonna say that now. Like, the joke is that you have the Nazis, the EA representatives, the infested Zerg creatures, and now we have like several hundred more than that in factions. They've added a lot. Like, yeah, you're basically asking me to summarize all of World of Warcraft lore, kind of, not quite that bad, but they're kind of equivalency. It's not really doable. You need to make vids on Warframe's lore? Plenty of people do that already, and they're way better than I'll ever be on it. I see no value in me doing it. It's also not a huge interest of mine. It's cool though. I do watch their videos from time to time, it's why I know as much as I do, but I'm not gonna make videos in the lore. Like, the fact is, Little Duck alone is a best example of one of the more interesting and complex characters, and she I cannot describe in like 2 sentences. And she's in the game as well. Like, I remember when she got added to the game, it was a big fucking deal. Bro's underestimating stuff? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, like, it's not my area of expertise. I can do historical documentation and discussion points, yes. But like, and I did do that for education and similar subjects. Could I do it to a high quality? Sure. With the amount of time it would take, not worth it. Not in my eyes. I don't see the value in it, is the short answer. And I stand by that. Would I participate in a someone doing that and like offer voices or potential advice? Sure, but I'm not doing it myself. I'm not here to do everything. It's the same reason why I've said before, like, while I'm going to give explanations for the game, at the end of the day, when my game releases, if someone wants to do like an actual intensive tutorialization, I'm not going to take that space away from them. I'll give you all the baseline information to play the game, but it's up to you to figure out from there. If the community wants to come together and make a guide or something, it sounds cool. I've also made the joke of, like, if anyone wants to go into a deep lore of the game, go right the fuck ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. But it's not on me to do that. It's the same with Warframe. There's plenty of people that do way more cooler stuff out there. And I got a fucking former blueprint. Okay. Of course I got nothing. Alright. No relic. Let's leave. I've been doing this run for 40 minutes. It's more than enough time. Doing long runs now in Warframe is less and less effective. Kind of sad. I still remember the days when we had the void keys and you had to run a relic thing for basically equivalent to 8 hours and hit level cap enemies eventually. Oh, those were the days. Broke the game. There's a reason why fucking Loki is one of the strongest frames still in my eyes. Man knew how to break the game. Cheese the enemies. Alright, you wanted to see the modding, right, Milo? I can show you show you what I was running, so you can get an idea. So, if we go look at Warframe, so this is the Warframe. Once it loads, this is some of the modding stuff here. Behind me is 2 of these things here. These are called arcanes. These are also used for like upgrading your thing. This one is on energy pickup, chance to replenish additional energy to you and allies nearby, and has a cooldown. There's a lot of really good ones in here. There's another one here, which is like on damage. On health damage, gain health regen, percentage health regen, which is really strong. You've got an aura, which is like everyone gets affected by this in some capacity. For this one, it affects all enemies. They lose armor. These can stack. Pretty strong. Some of them are just raw stats like this. Some of them give you mixed stats like this, kind of cursed sort of situations. This mod here, a little off screen, I'll move it here so it's easy to see. Kind of what I was talking about. So this one gives me health pickups, give me energy, and energy pickups give me health. So it means I can cycle around really good. This one gives me duration, but it also gives me the effect of when I spend energy, so use my abilities. Some of that's converted to shields, and that can turn into overshield, which is really, really good. And then you have the stats over here. Health, shield, armor. Armor only affects health. Energy, your stuff for casting, and these are your abilities. You get a passive. Trying to kind of speedrun this because it is, like, Very simple stuff, but it's required, like, again, I could look at these ones down here. This is primed continuity. This is a better version of continuity. This is Archon continuity. This also gives about the same amount of duration, but it also gives me an additional effect that abilities that inflict toxin status will also apply a corrosive status effect. That's a really good one, but you have to have a good reason to run it, otherwise it's kind of just useless. Then you have weapons, then you have your focus school, which can give you a bonus as well, your Parazon for hacking, then you've got these things. Is there possible for stealth and or evasion / dodge builds? Stealth, yes, but you have to pay specific frames typically for it, is the best way. Evasion or dodge, that's a bit rarer. There is some frames that have evasion systems, but it's kind of, I'm going to be honest, the best ways to play this game is to overload your defensive stats and then bring really strong weapons. That's the best way to play most of the time. And that's what I was doing with this character. Like, he brings down, if we go back in here, he has 3 summons here, you can see. Cocculus, Orotholus, and the Simulus. Simulus summons dudes that give you shield regen. And by doing that, it basically means they're dragging aggro away from me and also giving me shield regen, giving me overshield, so I'm much tankier than I normally would be. Can you show me a stealth Warframe if you got any? I have. The short answer is yes, because I have almost every frame in the game. If you want a short answer, we actually played one earlier. This is Loki. He literally has an ability, if we go here, it's probably easier to show, called invisibility. You go invisible. Well done. You get a duration that you're invisible for. When you're invisible, as long as you don't make too loud of a sound, enemies cannot react to you and they will attack where your last location was. If you make a loud sound, so if you use a gun without a silence effect or anything, which, for example, there's an augment that gives me 100% noise reduction to my weapons. Yeah. I'm in for that, 30 seconds. Yeah, it's not a great, I mean, it's a fairly high-end amount, as well as, like, you can just recast this. I'm gonna be honest with you, not good nowadays. Like I said, the game has moved to a point where damage reduction and big stats are what save you. Overshield is the big thing now. Overshield and, what's the wording again for it? If I go to Kavira, I can find it. Overguard. Overshield and Overguard are the 2 stats you want. Overguard's a unique shield that goes over your shield and gives you a bunch of bonuses. Overshield is just better shields. Then you can also go with, like, Anaros if you want to really send it. Anaros' kit is he has no shields, but he has 10,000 health. To give you an idea, if we go back to, say, a somewhat tanky HP frame, let's see, what's a good example of a tanky-ish frame? Actually, let's go with the second tankiest frame in the game. Nidus, he is really high HP pool. He has about 600 base. He can go up to a bit over 1,000. So 10,000 health is a lot. Typically, most frames you'll have at about 300 health. And that's normally more than enough. Can get to 1,000 with some things, not too bad. I mean, this is like one of my favorite frames here, but you know. And this is excessively more health than she needs. So, Gorky Park, strats, meta nowadays, you need to be immovable, block. No, so that's a bit incorrect. Again, you have the high stats, mobility is still important. The entire game is based around parkour mechanics. The idea is your frame is strong enough, tanky enough, and survivable enough to utilize your weapons effectively, or kill things themselves. Dante is a good example of, like, kill things himself. Dante is a very caster wizard frame. The fact that he comes with, like, this is his special weapon that he can use with an ability. He's all about, like, unique casting. He's very fun. he's one that I'm gonna be honest, if I do this, the fact that his ult is 4 different abilities should give you an idea of he's a bit on the more complex side to explain, but I can kind of speedrun. Get that book is the first ability. The second ability is gain a bit of overguard, and get 1 verse of light. Second one is get 1 verse of dark, and then deal slash damage to enemies in front of you. Why do I say 1 verse of dark, 1 verse of light? I told you the ult's 4 abilities. Well done, you might be guessing. 2 light verses give you this effect, which is getting a shitload of overguard, sorry, and allies regenerate overguard with kills. This one here is, what's this one? This is the 2 dark verses. It triggers all DOTs to deal a shitload of damage right immediately. Trust me when I say that's a lot, because it is almost 10 times multiplier. That's a lot. This one is light, then dark verse, and it is... Which one's this one again? This is... Everyone gets a little thing that shoots with them. Oh, that's what it is. And then this one is like everyone takes more status damage. It summons birds that apply an effect. It's cool. I like him. I'm not going to say every frame's good. Every frame is playable. That's the rule of thumb. I've never been really in a situation where a frame has been completely unplayable. There's been times where they've been horrendously bad and just not worth playing. That's still the case. There's some frames that just get completely power gapped by newer ones. But rule of thumb, you can find one that you like and play it. You just kind of need to be smart about it. Get banned build? Where's that one? Get banned here. There's a joke in the community for this one. Ninja is bit of a trap frame is the joke, but the thing is that it was getting used so often as a joke that they started banning it in chat when you started like talking about Ninja's gender. Because some of the frames are male frames, some of the frames are female frames. There's some ambiguity there, but like, it's based on some stuff to do with their origin, which is a very complex storyline. There's a reason why there's a quest for it. And you get Excalibur Umbra from that quest. Very fun quest. But yeah, that's the joke. All of these names are names based on their frame. I have more than an excessive amount of slots just so I could keep making them. I need to see the lore. The lore's... I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. There's YouTube channels that go into the lore, but the lore's best experienced by playing the game, and it's gonna be a long time getting through all the lore. Especially when you have to get through other quests to get through them. Like, if we just come out of this very, very briefly, I can show this. Go up here, go into here, and we go into quests. Is it going to actually show me? Okay, here we go. So this is Warframe quests here. If I click on here, these are the main quests. Each of these can be somewhere close to a few hours. And these are the side quests here, which are all pretty long as well. Some of them are also a fair few hours. Like, I'm gonna be honest, doing all of the story and quest stuff probably take you, like, easily 30 hours? Easily? Probably longer than that. If we're saying you're getting speed through. Big shield lady. Yeah, Hildren. Because she's like the inverse of that Anaris dude that I showed, where she's all about her shields. She has the highest base shield in the game, and she actually has all of her abilities use shields instead of energy. So, she's pretty fucking strong. But I'm not going to build her properly at the moment because I don't have a primed version. Again, all of these are like stupid jokes that I have at the characters. A tomboy, you say? No, she's a muscle mommy. Big difference. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the story of this game. So asking me the lore is probably not a wise choice. I'm not the best at explaining all of it because it is just too much going on for it. And while I've researched it a few times, I'm also out of date, right? The fact that there's a story quest that I haven't done should say a lot. That story quest is a few months old because I haven't played really much until like the last couple of weeks. Okay, so we didn't really get anything new to start building, right? Because we didn't get, like, children parts. And we just got more... What did we get more of? We got, like, the Harrow systems. I remember that. Didn't we get another systems? Like a bunch of that, another one? It was Revenant Prime. So we have everything but Revenant Prime's blueprint. But do I own Revenant Prime? Revenant. No, I do not. Okay, so that's probably worth going after. And Prime Blueprint. Lith R4. Lith R3. Okay, so it's the Lith Relic one. Got it. But of course it's the rear. It's always the fucking rear. There's a difference until you want to just lick her abs. Fair. Conjunction Survival. Yeah, I'll do a Conjunction Survival. Fuck it. For the next 11 minutes it's available. If I'm gonna do Conjunction Survival... You know what? I'm gonna play Gaia. I didn't play her earlier because I said I've been playing her a lot recently because she's fucking strong. This frame can pretty much AFK the game if I do it right. She is very, very good. Okay, so it was R4 Lith? This one. Let's try for it. I can do a couple of runs, see what we get. And then we can do something else. Wait, you can AFK the game? Close to. There's a lot of AFK and like anti-AFK mechanics. But like close to is, yeah, what I stand by. It is very strong. I can basically run around without killing stuff on high level, is the best description of this build. You'll see kinda shortly. I activate this, get a few procs, get the energy to cast my 3, and there we go, the build's going. By the way, I should mention, these enemies are like level 100 or above 100. This is very high level to the base map. This is very difficult for most people. Yeah, difficult for most. Wait, can't wait until someone will pin up an AI to play Warframe for you. Is that easy? Could I train an AI to play this game? I have, Do I think that's against terms of service? Possibly against terms of service, actually. Do I think one would handle a lot of the stuff in the game currently? Not really. I've seen what the inbuilt AI with Warframes is like. I wouldn't trust someone trying to make their own. This game is not that easy to play. It's in a simple sense that an AI would handle. A human being, pretty easy. AI, not so much. Because there's a lot of things to recognize on the screen. Like, at the moment, one of the big ones, so the main weapon I'm using is the Warframe with the Incarnon upgrade to it. So if you see that on the crosshair, do you see that bar underneath it? That like fills up slowly? Like whenever I'm shooting stuff, you'll see it kind of fill up a little bit. Right now it's like about a quarter or a third. That is the Incarnon energy. And what you want to do is you want to try and get that to full. You'll see it go kind of like a greeny blue color. It requires doing headshot damage, or well, weakness damage. Weak point? Weak point, that's the word. And then you get a very strong version of the weapon available to you. Temporarily. Because it's a little too strong. Also, you see that I'm like kind of clearing the enemies very easily. The answer to that is the build that I have, like I said. I basically have, if you know League of Legends, I have a static shiv to all of my damage, and I just passively trigger it. Alright, so now I've got it activated, I activate it, and now I have my automatic shotgun is now turned into a laser beam that spreads to a bunch of enemies and chains through them and vaporizes them. Because the weapon stats are better now, it's just good. It also doesn't use up real ammunition, but then it runs out of that bar, and now I have to charge it up again. And if you're wondering, the higher level you are, the easier it is to charge it up, because the more damage you can deal. Oh no, sentience is spawning. Alright, where are they? These used to be some of the scariest enemies in the game. I want that known. That's the fun part. There they are. They're dead. 2 of them. Yeah. That was the scariest enemy in the game for a while. Boy, Warframe has changed a lot, man. I wonder what's considered the scariest enemy in the game now.
The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. But if you need to leave, extraction is ready.
Let's see. I didn't get what I wanted. Is the pain of this. We want this. I'll try using a little bit of the stuff on it. See if I can get it.
Void manifestations drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They
Okay.
will drain your life support unless they are destroyed.
That's a mechanic I haven't talked about so far. That's because I've not been using it. That's a lore thing. I won't go too far into it, but like, dear God, it is because that's a deep, deep hole. Short answer is, you aren't actually the Warframe. The Warframe is kind of a thing you pilot. You're what's called the, operator? I think is what the terming is. Well, you're the Tenno, but you're the operator. After a specific point in the story, the operator wakes up and is actually like a character in the game. That's where you get your focus school stuff from. And if I press 5, this is my drifter, which is the older version of the operator. I can use them and run around with them. And there's some enemies in the game that can only be damaged by what's called operator damage. Well, I think it's called a specific thing, but it's mostly called operator damage by the community. Warframe equals person Gundam? Yeah, that's actually a very accurate description. Not even joking. Each Warframe has its own things it does, but yeah, no, they are basically like special mechanized suits. There's a bit more to it than that, admittedly, if we go into the lore, but again, for ease of explanation, yes, 100% accurate way of describing them. I think they're called battle suits, is the best phrasing that I've heard of them. Biomechanical or just mechanical, by the way? Biomechanical. That's when we can start getting into the lore and start talking about, like, specific things. Iron Man is what I say always. Fair. I don't want to go too far into it because even if I tell you, it doesn't spoil too much things, but like there's a story in the game that explains it in the best way possible, and that one's just better to experience. Biodegradable. No, that's the enemy.
All manner of Oricon technology may work here due to the Circulus's proximity. If you have a necromech, you may
Stop telling me about the necromechs. I don't fucking want to use mine. Actually, what weapon do I have equipped on the necromech at the moment? I think it's the Grappler, right? Yes. I love biotech stuff. It's cool. I do like the... Ever since they actually introduced it officially and gave a good lore explanation for it in-game, super happy with it. By the way, if you're wondering, necromechs are basically Warframes, but not Warframes. If I go into my operator and then I go into the necromech, I can run around as the necromech, and it has abilities and does its own stuff. Or I can go back to my Warframe. Certain maps allow you to use necromechs, not all maps. Oh, another sentient wave coming in a second.
Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fight
I level, I like in Ultimaras, there's an entire race that makes sci-fi tech out of animals grown from specific... Ooh, that's kind of cool. Tyrants having the gun. Yes. That shit does, like, activate neural. I like that shit. That's why I love, Singali. Is it Singali? No. What's the species of the hunters in Halo?
Sentient is on to you. Look out for troopers. As Lua kept you safe in the dark age.
I fucking love that species. That species is such a cool thing. Because it's a hive mind species. It's a bunch of tiny little worms that come together and do like a thing. Are you war maxing? Basically. I mean, there's a reason why, unjokingly, I make, like, massive Warframe jokes in this game, because it's basically what you do. Okay, so this is another enemy. This enemy can only be killed in its second phase with operator damage, if you're wondering. So it turns into a ghost thing, and then boom, done. There we go. Oh god, I lost fire rate because my fucking thing died. Can't imagine if someone ever did a full mission with just operator damage. There are missions. There is quests, there is all sorts, and yep, no, I have done it before. Me and a few friends decided to do a high-level defense mission with only operators, with no frames that would help us, and that was before you could actually get, like, stats on your operators as well. Now you can get stats on them, and they're actually tanky, and they don't die like fucking paper. Yeah, we did it back then the hard way.
Finish your mission and we'll
Back when they first got introduced, and you had like 300 health on them, and they had no armor. Nowadays, they also have shields, and they have like 1,000 health. It's great. And they have like, is it like 300-400 armor when you've got all the stuff maxed out? Warframe, but you play as Helldivers. I think the Helldivers would fucking die instantly in this universe. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. Super if it's not surviving the Corpus, the Grenier, the Infested, the Murmur, the Sentience, the Orican, the... This is a lot. Oh god, there's a lot. Alright. Wait, some of the fuckers stole my weapon. Where's my weapon? I wasn't paying attention. I thought I just ran out of ammo. No, that fucker stole my weapon. Come here. There it is. Ooh, that took a lot of damage there. Time to purge all of their stats and steal their armor for shields. Ha 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 ha. Nice resistances, dumbasses. I should mention there's another system that, very quick explanation on this. There's the thing called the Hemlith system. The first ability I have on this character is not actually their first ability, it's another character's ability. Every character has what's called their assumed ability. It's one specifically chosen by the developers, and you assume the frame, and you can now add that ability to any other frame, potentially at a weaker version of itself. That character we were talking about earlier, the shield lady, big shield lady, this is one of her abilities. It purges debuffs off you and your teammates, strips the enemy of armor and shields, like percentage of armor and shields, and then when it returns to you, because you see it's a wave that goes out and then it comes back in, it gives me shields based on the stuff stripped. Very strong ability on a character like this that can cast very frequently without any concern, because I have infinite energy because of the way this build's set up. A lot of cool little interactions how this game works out. But you'll see as like the fight goes on longer, I'll be using that ability more and more because it keeps me a lot safer. I'm already near impossible to kill as it is, so... Oh look, it's the little worm.
Just the spot in the kennel.
Fucking, I wish I could shoot you in the face one day.
The queens have sought out Warframes before. Borg sought to present them with yours. We cannot let the worm have Farina.
Strips the enemy, exactly. Oh, stop giving me crap. I think that was the last of my traces, right? So I can't upgrade my relics. Yeah, that was the last of my traces. Gotta go off of raw RNG now.
Manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them. Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters walking far behind.
There we go.
Sentient has
Stop
detected
getting bad loot. Yeah, I know, right?
coming.
Welcome to Warframe, by the way. That is the gameplay of Warframe. Just rolling loot so much and hoping for a better thing, and then just never getting it, and you want to cry, and then you end up spending all of the time... Okay, this is going to trigger anyone that fucking actually does play this game, what I'm about to say. I love Mesa. Mesa's one of my favorite frames. I farmed her fucking relics excessively. I would be at least cracking 3 to 4 relics for her neuroptics every single day since she got released to when she got vaulted and I did not get her neuroptics. Do you have any idea how fucking tilting that shit is? That is months of constant everyday work. That is when I really lost a lot of motivation to play the game. It's fucking 12 AM, yeah. Have fun. Fair enough, fair enough. Have a good sleep. Definitely, always, yeah. If it's midnight, I would recommend sleep. Definitely a wise thing. I hope I'm at least kind of somewhat showing with playing this game that I've played this game way too much, by the way. The fact that... I've talked about this on stream. This is I love this story still to this day. I was playing this with some mates. I was so fucking tired while playing it because it was after work. I actually was falling asleep during the missions, still completing them. They actually heard me snoring while playing. And were like, are you asleep? That woke me up, and I was still running to the exit
Cracked open.
when we needed to.
Find out what's inside.
So yes, I have proven to myself I can play this game in my fucking sleep. Not a good thing. Don't do that, kids. Don't be so tired playing a game that you fall asleep while playing it and learn that you can play it still. Because then you learn that you can keep doing that, and then you start fucking keep doing it. Oh no, you killed my sentinel. Oh look, my sentinel is back because this build is bullshit. Man, I love creating fucking strong ass builds that break the game. It's the best shit. Oh god. No, I spent... How much time did I spend? Yesterday I actually was like pretty chill with what I was doing after stream. Decided to have a bit of a relax. Still managed to get like a shitload of UI work done. We're prepped for doing the next major upgrade, which will be doing the stats kind of screen. Break the game, not the loot tables. Yeah. Tell me about it. Eesh. Dude, I know how to break this game really well. Actually, you know what I really find funny, and people do not believe me when I say this? You can actually animation cancel in this game very easily for like the longest animation casts in the game. There's a couple of them that are really long, but there's a little trick that I'm not sure, it's probably still in the game. There's a way to cancel it, but it requires you to be really fast and kind of in a multiplayer setting. I can't do it when I'm in single player lobbies. Or in lobbies where it pauses when I open the pause screen. Because when you're solo, when you're set to solo, which I'm set to solo, if you're set to invite only, friends only, any of that, it's not the case. But when you're solo and you press to open the menu, this happens, and it pauses the game. Come out of it and it unpauses. But the thing is, if you've got a long cast window and you press pause immediately, you see how the character will like bring up their hand to open up the menu? If you do that and then immediately close this, you break the game and you force skip the animation because it takes priority. It's been the case for like ever since they introduced that. You have to do it at the right pacing though, was the thing, because like if you did it too fast, you just didn't do the animation at all, and you didn't cancel out of the other one. But yeah, that was how I always spammed Necros ult faster. People always wondered. It's a great trick.
Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy
Oi, fuck
the
off.
void stain.
But yeah, that's just a showing of like utilizing something that you've tested millions of times over. There's also a technique for a little while, I think it's been nerfed now, where, do I remember how to do it? I don't know if I can do it with this weapon. Yeah, no, I can't do it with this weapon. Fuck.
Oculists, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind.
I died to try and show something cool. I want that known.
The sentient has detected you.
It's fine though, I rezzed myself, because that's a mechanic of this game now. Still not used to that. There was a thing with hammers where you can do a slam attack, and if you do a specific animation and angle for it, you could just perma-slam. And the slam attacks got buffed at the time, and it just ended up breaking the game in a really funny way. Certain weapons became very good, and I think the general public caught on eventually, which is why those weapons got nerfed. Don't know if the mechanical cancelling got nerfed though. I don't think they normally hit that shit. They're pretty good about always leaving in fun things like that. I mean, there's a bug in the game that got reported to ad nauseam when it occurred, and they decided to keep it in as a feature, and it's fucking amazing. There's a specific weapon when you put a weapon skin on it that causes the skin to go like from a normal sized weapon to the Buster Blade from fucking Final Fantasy. And everyone was like, hey, this is probably not intentional. And they're like, yeah, it's not, but it's really fucking funny, isn't it? So, yeah, that was good. Loved that. Is the Zenith Star, I think is the name of the weapon? It's one of the Zenith weapons. It's the melee of the Zenith weapons. There you go, that's the answer. You can't break the loot tables and Muscle Mommy. Oh, I can break Muscle Mommy. She's a very, very strong friend. She has a lot of weaknesses as well. She actually got changed a lot now from memory. Because like she was the testing for shield gating, which was a cool mechanic that they added. And I actually think it's a very good change to the game. When they did add it. That was one of those very, very tentative and very controversial changes. Still to this date, even like a good chunk of the developers at Warframe don't agree with it being added. You say you can have comically large meleeans? Yeah, you can have a comically large melee weapon very easily. To be fair, I'm using a polearm at the moment, which is quite large. This one's actually all about gambling too, this melee weapon. Every so many hits you roll the dice and you get a buff. Not even kidding. And if you roll a 6, you get all of the buffs. The Gamba frame that came out recently. It's her special weapon. Never underestimate gambling. Why does it feel like that's not capping out correctly? That should go up to more time, shouldn't it? Not killing fast enough anymore? No, that should be nearing its cap constantly. That's concerning. Yes! We got it. We got the thing.
Void signatures.
Right. Try for this thing now.
Outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support and fast. Eliminating the
So what even is the ERP in games you talked about earlier? Oh, the ERP in this game or in Final Fantasy? Because the ERP in this one is to do with the operators, most of the time. They'll go to a dojo or something like that and do some weird shit. So I know we talked about it Final Fantasy ERP for a while. But like again, ERP exists in every game to an extent when there's a cooperative social aspect. The more social the game, the more likely there is ERP in it. And in Final Fantasy, kind of same thing. I mean, you just have your character, they'll strip their clothes, go into a room with the other one, yada yada yada. You can have houses and stuff, so you can do stuff in there.
are scanning for targets.
I mean, the fact is you can literally play as a cat girl. What do you expect to happen? I play as a cat girl in it. I think the fucking knickers look funny. Pink-haired cat girl. It's the best, right? I don't know, like, I feel like you're expecting something really spicy and unique, but like, I think most games have that. Meanwhile, Roblox is the same sort of shit, but that's got way more social and customization. It's the same argument as VR chat, right? Like, there's some really fucked up shit in VR chat for that stuff. Definitely some of it's kind of a bit weird and unacceptable, especially when it doesn't have like proper age ratings and restrictions. Roblox has got that issue as well. Definitely needs to have a bit better of a time with that. They try though. I do know that they try. The moderator staffs and stuff like that. The people in charge of the game. But it's also, it's a platform, right? It's the difficulty. Is in giving a platform with a lot of user-generated content and stuff is always going to lead to, like, a lot of difficulty, and why a lot of people underestimate how fucking terrifying mods and custom user content is. Because it's fucking rough on the developers. Because at the end of the day, while it's not them making it, it reflects on them. Beat Saber's in so much hot water from time to time because of how easy it is to make beat maps in there with songs that are outside of license and copyright. So that's always a bit of a difficulty. I mean, I've seen like Dota arcade maps that literally port in game assets from other games, and like Dota took a bit of flack for that, but then they are able to, because they have a good legal thing structure for it, kind of just move it off of them and onto the people that made the content. VR chat and Roblox are two safe spaces I'd not recommend to people. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I definitely say VR chat's a really cool thing when you go to the right places in it. I've actually experienced and stuff, some in there, and just randomly was chatting with people and had a lot of fun. That was cool. I did that like twice for about 2 hours. I don't have much time in VR chat, I'm gonna be honest. And most of my time is me just like fucking around with the idea of being able to move in VR, because VR is still wild and cool to me. That's why I like Beat Saber as well, right? But yeah, I do feel that there was stuff even I saw that made me feel quite uncomfortable. And I would consider kind of not acceptable in general public spaces. But because you've got that anonymity offered by hiding behind an avatar and not behind yourself, it gives you a lot more like room to say things. I dream of playing Job Simulator on VR one day. Oh god, no. I'm good, thanks. Dude, oh, the trading card game store game in VR. That sounds fucking great, actually. Sounds really fucking good. But I will stand by, if you're ever gonna ask me what my favorite VR game was to play, it was Elite Dangerous, because that game just brought out an energy I could not stress. It's so good. It was just really slow. And very painful because of it sometimes. If it was a little faster in terms of like progression, not actually movement, I would have loved that game so much more. But it is a very cool game. Because that was the game that got me to buy the VR plugin on Steam, where you can basically have your second monitor, or a monitor, as a screen in your VR space. And you can set its location data and stuff. I'm not even kidding, I took like a trucker approach. I would sit in my chair in real life, in VR, in Elite Dangerous, and just watch YouTube while like traveling between star systems and ferrying resources. And that shit was so fun to me. You have no idea how much anime and YouTube I watched during that time. It was great. The problem is my computer definitely struggled with that at the best of time. So I couldn't really keep doing that long term, and I still kind of get a little ill with VR stuff. To be fair, I've tried newer VR and it's a little less nauseating, so one day I'll get a newer version than the HTC Vive that I have, and it'll probably be a bit better. I'll wait for like hardware that's like above what we've got currently, probably, before I'd consider it again. Getting a new one. Still use the one I've currently got for some other stuff though. I like it. Stand by, playing Beat Saber is amazing, but not gonna set it up at this place. Elite Dangerous was a return of the GOAT series. I don't know. Is that a part of a series? I'm gonna openly admit to this. Maybe I'm missing out on that. Like, it's something I don't know about.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Because I just know of Elite Dangerous. I didn't know if it was part of like a franchise or something. Is it? Because that'd be kind of cool if there is more games in that kind of STEM, I guess. Elite series began in the 80s? Fucking what? Wait, I feel like I'm genuinely missing out then. What? Older than me, Jesus. Spacecraft piloting sim? Okay. Ah, interesting. I assume obviously on a much like simpler scale back then. I'm talking 80s games. I've made 80s games, or like remade 80s games. I know what the structure is like. Getting reminded of a remake of Defender that I did. When was Defender again? Was it 70s or was that 80s? It was old arcade, I know that. Very complex for its time. Very cool. Very easy to make nowadays, though. Took me like a week. And I made some of the assets myself. The rest I did get off a thing. It was for an assignment. That was kind of cool though, that they've had a series going for that long and they've managed to like reach to VR. That's cool. Definitely feels like the correct way to play. I don't think I'd play Elite Dangerous without VR, I'll be honest. It's that immersive kind of setting where you're just like sitting in the cockpit and able to f around with the stuff. I wish the buttons were actually more like the buttons and I'd program things like that. The 80s were so advanced they'd somehow recreated a whole galaxy procedurally. I mean, there's easy ways of doing that in the nicest way. So it probably wouldn't have been that excessive, but I think I can figure out how they would have probably done it based on the memory allocation available to them at the time. But that is still a cool feat to have accomplished at that kind of time. I'm more impressed with the scale that they have now, I'll be honest. Because that's like just completely absurd. That's a full scale like universe that they've got going. Makes me still to this day kind of wish I could play it on like a large scale server and have like a bunch of cool competitions, kind of like your EVE Online shit. Definitely would be kind of fun for that. But realistically, that's not gonna happen. There's more things I would prefer to do before that as well, on a larger scale. If I was to like ever leverage a large enough community to do a game of some kind. I know Minecraft would be pretty early on. I think Minecraft's a fucking awesome game. Very accessible, very easy, and a lot of cool things that can be done with it very easily as well. Just make a cool resource pack or a server-side resource pack. And then all of a sudden you can add like whatever mechanics you want. Which, I'm gonna say this now, I already know some of the mechanics I would add. Definitely very MMOs-esque. The problem is, right, actually, when I say that, is, was it Block Game is the name of it? Thor's one? That's kind of what I'd want to do. So instead, what I would actually genuinely want to do is reach out to them and go like, hey, do you want another person to work on that? I'd love the experience and I'd love to, like, work with you in the design space. The problem is that I'm not too familiar with what they've got for the language architecture for it, and that would probably be the problem. So I would need to research that. That would be a cool one to work on, just for a little bit at the very least to get experience. It's been a long time since I've had like actual proper business orientated, not self-employed styled software experience. Payday 2 buff indicator amount. Dude, I miss Payday 2. I love that shit. I will say, this amount of buffs you're seeing on my character, some of it's hidden behind the chat. This is a very low amount of buffs. I could make this a lot worse. There is a lot of frames that do this a fair bit more juicily. And a fair few weapons that also give it more excessiveness as well. To be fair, I do have one weapon that's giving me a little bit of an excessive thing. It's the one that's the 27 that looks like a dice. It's like right on the edge of where the chat is. That's the melee weapon I was talking about, the dice roll. So if I start meleeing, you'll see the number go down. That's roll, counting to the next roll. I've heard Payday 3 is getting better, especially after the Fear and Greed update. I've heard as well, and realistically, that's kind of what happened to Payday 2 as well. A lot of people forget this. Payday 2 sucked ass early on, and then it got way better and more arcade shootery later. That is the hope, is that they managed to kind of climb back up to that point, because I'm going to be honest, that's what I'd want from the game. And I feel like that's what a lot of people expected going into Payday 3, is they expected a not too serious meme-filled mess that is just really fun. Because that was what Payday 2 offered, is by the end of it, you know what I mean, like some of the fucking perk decks and shit were just absurd what they offered, and were very wacky and silly and very fun. And I will definitely say that's what I saw them missing a fair bit. In Payday 3. Like, it just never appealed to me, seeing the new game. And I think most of the criticism I kept seeing from that game was just the simple fact, damn, this is just the same Payday 2. But I also understand the very somewhat valid criticism of but like a game releasing and then having the promise, don't worry, it'll get better later, is not a great one. Right? I do not think that should always be a very, like, the legitimate argument to how a game should get released. When it's like a sequel, it's like, oh, don't worry, this is what happened to the first one, it will get better later, we promise. Or like the community will go like, oh, we'll hold out till then. It's like, yeah, but also you have a foundation to a foundational expectation. Come on. My favorite dick, getting so drunk that you can't feel pain being shot from 9 different angles. Stoic, my beloved. Still sad that my favorite deck for the longest time was Hysteria, and that got nerfed into the ground. That used to be so much fun, but I know why they nerfed it. I can look at it from a design perspective and very reasonably say that shit needed to be nerfed. It's garbo last time I played. Because when I played, if you had like a semi-automatic shotgun of any kind, or like anything that had enough pellets, or just enough fire rate, you weren't easy to kill, pretty much at all. Last time I played that deck, you couldn't even with like a high rate of fire, like the Brothers Grimm, basically, you couldn't even fight like 2 or 3 dudes at the same time. They would just kill you, which is really sad. I'm meaning at higher levels, by the way. In Payday 3, adrenaline and ammo funnel builds a meta I've seen. Yeah, I mean, that's about right. There was a lot of ammo funneling builds in Payday 2 as well. They were still in the end. To be fair, like Payday 2, if we're going like super high meta, there was only like 2 viable builds, which I think was Stoic and Dodge, right? And then you maybe had Leader if you were like a really good group that knew what you were doing. So, kinda can't yell at them for only having a few better builds, and also every game's gonna have a meta. Never bitch at a game for having a meta. It's how it goes. Ammo funnel plus double shotgun, double barrel shotgun, infinite ammo. Ammo funnel adds 1 shot to your actual mag with every kill. Ooh, that sounds fun. I can see why that's better. Reminds me of the Borderlands build I had, actually. Or, what's her name? Borderlands 3, the mech girl. Where I had, like, that one automatic shotgun that had fire to it, and you just basically got infinite ammo with it, if you got it right. Play that shit on ping, it was fucking atrocious. You would not get the ammunition put into your clip fast enough. And it meant that, like, you would reload with half your magazine filled because of the way it's rocked. Led to a little bit of frustration, so I had to have a larger clip size than I was hoping for.
The Grenier and Corpus came here in search of treasure, but only found Oblivion.
They found Oblivion? That's a fun game. I don't think I like it that much anymore. It's definitely dated. It'd probably piss off someone with that statement. How dare you? Oblivion was my favorite game. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I could piss off more people and say how I've never played Morrowind.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them.
Nor do I really ever intend to, I'll be honest. It was a solid game for its time, I can say that. From what I've seen and what I've heard. But it's kind of like the same argument with Skyrim, right? It's like, if you're gonna tell me that it gets really, really good with mods, like, yeah, sure, that's... But then why wouldn't I just play Skyrim? It's always the arguments people don't like. It's fine if it's your favorite game. I'm not saying it can't be. I'm just saying it's probably not going to be mine for a long time. It's the same with Fallout franchise. Never played one. And if I'm going to play it, I'm probably going to play like Fallout 4, because that sounds like the more interesting one to me, and leave it at that. Maybe someone could convince me to play New Vegas, but even that's a bit touch and go, because that's definitely got its problems now. I mean, it had its problems initially, but you know. Also think playing those sorts of games would be a fucking horrendous experience, because so many people would be telling me how to play the game and how I'm playing it wrong because I've never played it before, and they're going like, ah, no, this is how you gotta play it. It's like, yeah, well, can I not learn? Or I'm gonna end up frustrated for other reasons. Always the difficulty. What I ask is, you play Fallout 1 or 2 because those got really fancy Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, never really looking at those games. I've looked at them a few times just from an outside perspective. They don't seem that interesting to me. There's many more modern takes on those sorts of games that I think are just better. And that's the problem, is if I played a game that old, I'm gonna compare it to something else. And that's not fair on the game. So I'm not gonna be able to play it happily. Right? That's why I've said I'm probably not going to play any of the Devil May Cry series outside of the one that I played, which was Devil May Cry 5, because the older games are older and they're going to have slightly more clunky mechanics, which is fine. Not saying you can't enjoy those games still, but from someone that hadn't played those and played the much more polished game first, it's gonna suck ass. I would much prefer watch a playthrough, I'll be honest at this point. Can't survive that as fancy 3D graphics. Fucking what? How dare you? I stand by, not graphics, gameplay. Gameplay is the big thing. Those older Fallout games have very rough movement mechanics. We can all agree to that. That's why I don't think I could ever play a PlayStation 2 game again. I loved PlayStation 2. That was one of my favorite eras for gaming. That and like Xbox 360. Don't think I'd be able to enjoy it as much now, right? Sad. Would be a couple of games I'd love to play. I still stand by, if I ever get the opportunity to play like Primeval, Primal, whatever the fuck it was called again, the one where like that chick goes to the multiple universes and gains the like 4 powers to fight evil, her fucking boyfriend, the evil god, whatever. Fucking loved that game. I would play that. That's because I know there's a remaster of it and it's still going to be clunky as shit, but I'll play it because of nostalgia. And then I'll shit on it the whole time. I don't give a shit about graphics. Dude, look at my game. My game's got shit-ass graphics and I still think it's a fun game. Imagine. Dude, I will say though, that is something that does bug me, is that kind of like... Is it Gen Alpha we complain about with that one? I don't think I'd call it Gen Alpha, but like that generation that goes like, how dare it not have like pixel art is horrendous, and how dare they make a pixel art game without even playing the game and giving it a chance. Please, people, please. What was the one that I heard someone didn't want to play? Stardew Valley? Yeah. They didn't want to play Stardew Valley because they thought it looked like shit, and then they played it, and then they came back to me and said, holy shit, this game's amazing, why didn't I play it earlier? And I'm like, man, it's almost like you complained about it constantly and didn't want to play it. And that means you're like, okay, I get it. But yeah, it's almost like the visual style's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Fuck you. So many people are like that, man. Don't give it a chance because of that and this or that. And yes, you could make a very reasonable argument, isn't that hypocrisy? Because didn't I just say that about like the other games? That I'm like, these are really old, I'm probably not going to play them. Yeah, but I've seen gameplay. I know kind of how they play, roughly. I know some of the cool story things from them as well. Like, I have looked up the Fallout franchise, like 1 and 2 and 3 and stuff, like rough story moments that were really cool, according to some people. Definitely agree. Yeah, it's got a cool story. Don't think it'd be a pleasant experience for me, though. Doesn't help that I'm kind of hoping to play for the next while, like games that are going to be on the shorter side. That's the phrasing I'd use. I think Fallout 1, 2 are as fun as Baldur's Gate 3, at least for you. That's fair. Again, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm going to just say that they're older. I'm younger a lot than you, man. I can enjoy old stuff, but you not. No, again, it's... I understand frustration. I understand what frustrates me, and I understand that it's not worth sometimes the frustration for the enjoyment. Especially knowing we're in an era where I could just watch someone else play it. Right? Why spend multiple hours playing a game when I know I'm going to just get annoyed at it and then probably end up souring my experience when I could watch someone else play it potentially and still have an enjoyable experience? Especially if it's someone that actually knows the franchise, right? Because then I might learn more than I would have if I'd played it. Why a lot of us, I feel like a lot of people watch playthroughs of those sorts of games. But no, I still enjoy some older games from time to time. I mean, just look at how I comment on Persona 3 Reload, right? Like, how much I talk to, even though that game's been upgraded quite a bit, I can still feel like some of the age of the concepts and designs, and how Persona 5 Royale, the other game I've played of the Persona franchise, felt a lot more polished. And you can disagree with me on the fact of, like, if the game's better or not, that's fine, but I don't think you can really disagree on the concept of polish. Like, there was a lot more clean mechanics and fluidity added to Persona 5 Royale because it was newer and it had a lot more ability to. That's cool. I like that. It's also why I'm probably not going to play Persona 4 until it gets a remake. For that same sort of reasoning of, like, I did think if I went and played it currently, I'd just kind of have a lot more problems with it than pleasantries. To be fair, I think I need to not touch the Persona franchise for a good while. Oh god, you could always look at my fucking Yakuza 3 playthrough from that real thing. God, I hated playing that game sometimes. Because it just was so mechanically fucking bad for its age. It really was a cool idea, but for me, the experience was soured by its age.
If they detect you, fighters will soon attack.
If it's a mechanically in-depth game, I think is the problem, right? So like Yakuza is a fighter game. It has a lot of like finer mechanics going on.
They know you're here.
Also, most Yakuza games have a very specifically crafted way of telling its story. That game definitely showed its age, and it's fine. Again, want to stress, doesn't mean it's bad, just means that it doesn't look as good as this game. And it's hard to gauge something when you've played a newer version of it. I think is kind of where I'm going with it. It's the same, it's a difference though with that versus movies and TV shows, I feel. Because like a movie, I can watch an old movie a lot more happily. Because in a sense, I'm not getting stuck behind mechanics. I can see practices that are old and outdated, but that's a little bit more manageable than like mechanical experience with a game and how it's just like, oh wow, this is tank controls. That's a good example. Tank controls, I don't think anyone enjoys tank controls nowadays. It's a very unfavorable approach, especially like clunky tank controls from like early 2000s and earlier than that. That's why vehicles sucked ass for the longest time, because they were fucking awful. Now we've found better ways to do them. Every once in a while people try and innovate on it, and sometimes they go backwards, and that happens. Tank controls, Resident Evil, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, I've never played any of the Resident Evil franchise, and I don't think anyone's gonna sue me for saying I'm not gonna play the fucking original, like, first game. I might play the remake. Definitely looks like they did a massive facelift on that one. That looked good. But also, I've said, not really a horror fan, right? And I've also watched a playthrough of every single Resident Evil game, including the remakes and the originals. So that's another thing. I feel like a lot of the charm of those games would go out the window knowing that I do know what happens in them. Like Village, for example, I feel like is quite heavily ruined by me knowing all of the events that will take place in it and the DLC. Again, though, like, to reiterate, this is personal opinion, not saying that, like, these games are bad, just that I know my limitations and what I'm willing to put up with, and sometimes older controls just really get to me. Like, I can put up with it a little bit on, like, when I did a playthrough of the original Mass Effect games. Well, somewhat original. I really, really liked those games. I loved them when I was younger, and when they originally came out, played them. Do I think those controls are a bit rough? The first one, yeah. Second one has just bad mechanics. And then the third one, honestly, actually is a really good game up until the very end, and that's just the story issues. Playing older games, I'm always getting pretty scared by the gameplay and climate, even in TS Arena. That's fair. And, like, that's the thing, is, like, that means you can immerse yourself with them and look past those problems I'm having with them. That's cool. It's awesome if that's the case. I wish I could. I just can't. It's the same with something that's going to possibly, like, say a bit about me. I don't get immersed in movies and TV shows typically. Something that I talked to a friend about, and he was like almost shocked, is that he mentioned like, oh, one of the best parts of going to a movie is how like tunneling it can become. So when you're watching the movie, you're just watching the movie, you're experiencing that, and you don't think about the stuff around you. It's all that. And I went, no? What? What do you mean? He's like, what? And I went on to say, like, I still recognize I'm in the movie theater, I see everything in my peripherals, I see the people around me. I can't get immersed, and I've never been able to get immersed even at home. And that's just something that's pretty much always been the case for me. I just don't get immersed in stuff. And he's like, oh, that actually kind of sounds a little sad. I'm like, oh, that's fair, but I still enjoy movies. I still enjoy TV shows. Is there a really problem? If the climate isn't about getting the player to be scared, then I feel unstable, unconfident. That's cool. That's okay. That makes sense. So yeah, again, it's that aspect of you're able to immerse yourself a fair bit more in the content to alleviate any problems with mechanical, potentially. And you get turned on this feeling, I get yeah. Suspension of disbelief. Yeah, that's kind of in a sense the thing. Like there's a reason why I look at everything I watch so analytically, and in a sense, it ruins stuff that I watch. Because I'm sitting there like thinking about why a decision was made for the character, but also for the person that wrote it. And that's why, like I said, I love Oshinoko, because I love the way the characters are written. They're really, really compelling to me. You would like art films? Yes, I do like art films. I really like when someone does a very particularly crafted one. That's actually why I really like another little thing. Why I like Ghibli movies and why I like Japanese anime movies that are like very crafted for a specific kind of message. Because you can feel that attention to detail to those specific things and them putting in all of their resources to just get this right. So basically, I see a really cool thing, but you see a hoax in some way. I don't know if I'd phrase it that way, but you could take it that way. Like, again, I think on design decisions and, like, basically the decisions made for the characters, but I also am thinking about the decisions made by the writers. This is why, like, I don't get surprised by a lot of things in shows. Like, why events don't unfold in a way that I can't predict easily. Unless they're just actively trying to fuck with me. And then, depending on how they do that, I would call them out and go like, oh, cool, well done. You made a twist that literally there was no way to perceive that twist for the sake of doing a twist. I don't like that. If you're gonna do that in a story, you're an asshole. Give hints, but do it in a nice, simple, and subtle way. Stand by if you ever want a really good example of what I'm talking about with that. Babylon 5. Babylon 5, I think, is still to this date my favorite TV show, and what I think, if there was more of those sorts of shows, I would watch them. Ones that really, really make every moment valuable for the characters or valuable to the story or both, and then eventually make things that you wouldn't think are valuable. So everything has a value. Everything makes sense. Every interaction has a point. Right? If you've never watched Babylon 5, it is my personal recommendation I always give. It's fine if you don't like it. Do not blame you. It is fairly old, but it still holds up pretty well, I'd argue. But it is, yeah, what I consider peak TV. Like what a TV show should be. And it was written by a Russian, too. It should tell you a lot if you're talking about a story written by Russians. They know what to do when they're making complex stories that interweave. Also, I just realized I've been in this run for fucking like 60 minutes. Let's go. You know Bravado? Don't know who that is. Off the top of my head. If you're talking about Babylon 5, it's like Michael Zadavinci or something. I can't remember, and I apologize, I butchered the name. Very cool guy, though. And it's a term from cinema. Oh, okay. I do not know the term. Dare I ask? Well, feel free to explain it to me. I'm definitely interested now. I would look it up myself, but actively shooting people is the difficulty. If I recall, it means truth. Interesting. Okay. Because the camera is the eye. Ah, I think I kind of get the idea of it then. Yeah, I like that. BRB lol. Fair enough. But yeah, it's again, I am willing to enjoy a story, but I'm also willing to acknowledge like my fault with games specifically. Like that's the big thing I want to stress. It's games. Games are a mechanical experience. And if the mechanics are simple, that's kind of fine. You can get away with a lot. Ooh, shit. But if they're like just bad mechanics, then I'm gonna call that out. Okay, I'm gonna have to use a respawn here. Fine. Okay, it's the name of a film and means the eye as in camera eye. Okay.
Void signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them.
Oh my god, you had to steal my fucking primary weapon of now of all times, you assholes. I think I'm gonna be able to kill. Okay. I'm gonna start heading to the exit, I think. Because I'm just playing really poorly. Yeah. Where's the exit? This way. Watched a while back, might enjoy it if you like janky old films. I mean, I'm never against janky old films. They're always fun. Like I said, it's never been the quality per se, it's about the experience, right? And with a film, TV show and all that, it can be low quality, but if the story's good, you can kind of get past it. Game, it can be low quality, that's fine, story can be great, but if the mechanic is bad, ooh, 1920s, ooh, okay, that is a bit on the slightly older side for cinematography. Not the oldest film I would have watched still, though, I think. I actually watched some of, like, the original stuff that they did. Back when it was, like, testing and not even really movies. Which I found really fascinating, because I was doing it for some research. Always cool to look at that stuff, man. Okay, so we got... was it Revenant? Was the one that I went in there for? Let's see, Revenant, Prime Systems thing, so I need 2 Argon Crystals. Cool. Do I show how I farm Argon Crystals really quickly? Yeah, I might as well, right? Where is he? Zawildo. Come here, Zawildo. Yep, that's the build. So this is a very easy farm to do if you ever need Argon Crystals. This is the trick. So, you get Argon Crystals in the Void. That's typically the case. The best way to get them is via the crates that are around the place. The problem is, going around and breaking all the crates individually takes forever. So why not do that? And break all of them in the entire fucking universe. And then play a frame that means that you can be invulnerable while doing it. Because, I mean, Limbo. See, there's an Argon Crystal over there. Just need to kill the capture target and I'll grab it. And it's easy to one-shot this dude.
success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Now that it actually has an icon for showing it on the map as well, makes it so much easier. Means I can head towards it a little bit if I need to deviate off the main path. The game still has that Warframe charm, yeah. It still is Warframe at its deep core. It's just very inflated Warframe now, which is definitely an issue at the best of times. I'll take a star. Cool, so we got, was it 2 Argon Crystals off this run? Yeah. Nice and easy, and it's pretty consistent for the run. It's like 1 to 2. And that was 2 minutes. Oh, I also got an Aya. Nice. Show me potato salad. Goddamn. Man, I remember when the Void was a difficult place. Remember when the Void was the end game? Fucking hell. How the world has changed. How the world has changed. Show me Fantastic Four. No. Fuck the Fantastic Four. Alright, there we go. It's Revenant Parts building. That means in... yeah, now tomorrow morning maybe, if I remember, to before stream, I can start Revenant Prime. I'm also making potato salad. I'm channeling my inner Samwise. Oh god. Just make sure that you lighten the load, remember, right? I can hold it. I can help lighten the load. Mr. Frodo. Let me help lighten the load. I'm slowly buying these. I'm depressed how fucking fast it is to buy those things. It's supposed to be like super end game things that you're not like supposed to get in excess. Oh yeah, by the way, this is my Grumpy Drifter. What does my operator look like again? Ah, yes. Dude's in that swang outfit. Pretty sure that's a primed one, isn't it? No, it's the Drifter one, the Dex one. That's what it is. What do I have? I actually have a lot of the cosmetics. There's that base outfit. The Void Shell. Ugh. What's the difference between operators and drifters again? Lore-wise, quite a bit. Gameplay-wise, nothing. That's the best description I can give you. It's because of the origin of what their power is and the difference between them. If I was to summarize it as quickly as I can, it's a very complex storyline. You went into the Void, that's where you got your powers. The Void is everywhere and nowhere all at once. So because of that, there's time splitting events inside the void, and that means that both of them occur. The operator is the version of you that accepted the power back then, to be able to do all of the stuff, and then that was the ones that came out into the normal, they managed to escape the void. The Drifter is the choice of not taking the power at the time and being stuck in an alternative reality where you have control over everything, but you've given that control to kind of your subconscious. It's confusing. Basically, you then get the power and then just, you meet your operator self, and because of that, you kind of merge, but also don't. You're both at the same time. Perceiving time in both perceptions must be hard. Yeah, it's hard. So, short answer is, Drifter is you from an alternate world and older, because they could age, because they weren't corrupted by the void at the same time as you. But now they're corrupted by the void, and they have the void power, which is what you use to pilot the Warframes and shoot beams and shit. Which is why they run around with the lasers as guns held in their hand. If I go in here as an example, this is how you get the lasers with the Drifter, but if I switch to the operator, they are laser beams from your arms. And they're just focused via a specialized lens. And I think there's some unique cosmetics for each of them. Oh yeah, this is my cyberpunky styled one. And this is my angelic one. That's right. So it's, like I said, every element of this game is a complex storyline that's kind of hard to follow at the best of times. Oh god, this looks like a fucking mess. That's right, this is when I was trying to do like a cool weird-ass Loki-ish umbral design. Did not come off well, and I just ended up using this. I use a Naru on this? Why do I use a Naru? Weird. But yeah, like I'll stand by this. Trying to explain a lot of aspects of Warframe can get like way more complex than I would expect most things would need to be. To be fair, there are some storylines in this that are really funny. For example, Atlas, his lore is really good. There's a reason why he's called Fuck the Moon. His backstory, so this is a comic. This is amazing. So he's One Punch Man, right? That's what he is in the lore, basically. So what happens is the Orokin, found this planet of people that had a planet that was about to collide with them. An asteroid that was going to collide with them, and it was going to wipe out the entire planet. So what they were doing was they were celebrating, they were having festivals, they were doing all of this sort of stuff in celebration of Doomsday. The Orokin saw this and were like, Ayla Mao, what if we ruined this by saving them? So they sent Atlas, he one-punched the asteroid, saved all of them, and all of these people are now suffering because they survived a cataclysmic event that just didn't end up happening, but they prepared for it being the case. That is his lore. And I'm not kidding when I say, like, that's actually the Orokin's purpose behind it, is they're like, these people are having too much fun, let's ruin it, because it's funny. So yeah, his first ability is literally to punch people. And then all of his other abilities are turn people into stone. On this build, I think I've assumed out his second ability, though. It's because it's normally a wall. Yeah, this is Nidus's ability, the lava. Where it basically just groups a bunch of enemies for you. It means you can punch them easier and get better of this stuff and this stuff going. Very stupid build. Very funny. But yeah, one of my favorite frames just purely for his backstory. I mean, like, Titania was always a cool one because it was one of the early introductions of when they started talking about who they were before they were a Warframe. Which, that's already probably a big hint at something about the Warframes. I mean, I could always show Umbra and the big spoiler from him. Let's see, do I have a... Yeah, I can use this one. Is punching the unwieldy ability, on a headless, no. So if we use this, there is a special helmet only on this character for lore reasons. That's this. The Sundered helmet. Is only on Excalibur Umbra. Because that's when they introduced us to how Warframes were made. Which was wild. Because I think, was it Anaris or was it Titania was when they like really started talking about the concept of who they were before Warframe? Can't remember. Because I know Anaris is seen as a deity. I think Titania's not much different. Trying to remember. Is there any other Warframes I can think of that were like very heavily talked about who they were before they were? Before then? No. 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 I mean, Valkyr kinda. But Valkyr was talked about what they were as a Warframe before they were the current version of themselves when they got tortured. I mean, it was something for Mesa at one point, but you know. And then fucking Vauban is literally just Batman. In the lore. In the gameplay, he's fucking trash. He's a glorified Roomba. Which is, like, one of the most depressing parts about him. No, you weren't talked about who you were before your Warframe. You were just talked about what you were as a Warframe and your user. How much of a glorified Roomba? His ultimate ability is to suck. It's just to suck everything in an area. To a specific point. Ignore my visual style for him. It's me taking the piss out of him. If we go into here, this. So you can choose it to be Bastille or Vortex. Basically, Bastille lifts them up. Vortex brings them in and sucks them in. That's it. Use a condom. Why? Oh, that's Nidus. If I go to his basic appearance, the Prime doesn't really show it, actually. He's a fully infested frame. I think you can use the basic look, right? Yeah, here you go. This is what he looks like normally. It's all infestation. And then if I mutate him, this is what he looks like when he's upgraded in mission. Here's a condom. This is what he looks like with the version I have visually done. Looks pretty fucking sick in my opinion, but you know.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
Should remove the cyst, by the way. I don't like cysts. Cysts look fucking awful on these frames.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Both yours and the default version. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is this is welcome to what Warframe is. It's Fashion Frame is its late game. So this is using a specific skin in the Prime helmet. This is what it looks like in its original frame. This is what it looks like as its primed version, which this is the Prime version. And the Prime version does look really cool, especially with its mutation, because the mutation's just that. I think its mutation looks way cooler as the Prime version than as the base one. But then this skin is really cool, because if I put on the helmet for it, it gets this thing, but if you remove it, it becomes a skull. I just like the Prime a little bit more. This also has a really cool effect, because this opens up and turns into that. And I think this, yeah, that one's a little bit more boring. But I just like the Prime. I've spent many hours making some of these frames look as good as they have. Like, this dude has two appearances. This is the main one I use. This is the meme one, where it's the Evangelion. Because my friend likes Evangelion, so I found this design, made it, and just kept running this for ages. But this is the main one I use. And I think this is the default? Yeah, that's the default. I was actually talking about something the other day with my friend about how I do a lot of my visuals, because he was talking about how, like, he forces a design on each frame and then he complains when it doesn't work, and I'm like, yeah, it's because the same colors don't work on each frame. They have different textures, they have different, like, kind of styles going for them, all sorts. I mean, if you want a really funny one, here's Doomslayer. I think this is what he looks like by default, but yeah. Doomslayer. And then if I select the gun that I actually designed with him intended, the Corneth, which is a shotgun you reload with shells and everything. It's a heavy shotgun too. It's great. But if you want to know my favorite and probably most used frame, is this one. I put a lot of work into her visual style. Good old Mesa. That's what she looks like baseline. And this is the thing. I do have almost every skin for her as well. For the longest time, I even had all of the, Tenogen. Well, I was getting most of the Tenogen. Stopped, though, because that shit got expensive. Still happy with this to this day. And then we were talking about this one earlier. This is the Caliban, which we just decided to make a Necron from Warhammer. Which, I think they came out pretty well. I still need to actually go and try out Nova and play around with her, since she got her rework. Also, yes, I have a Nova visual style that is literally just fucking golden experience. I think this is still one of the funniest to this day that I came up with. I think that was my more, like, intense design I did for ages, and that was my original one. Oh god, this looks fucking bad. Yikes. Oh yeah, that skin's fucking bad. I forgot that one. It's got a cool effect to it, but it looks so shit. It's because I think with the ult, she does like a bunch of special arm shit from memory. There's this skin that came out recently as well, which looks kind of cool. Yeah, that does look pretty cool. I feel like I could do an interesting design with that. Not this shitty yellow, but you know. Because her antimatter drop got changed, her null stars got hugely changed, and molecular is now hugely different as well. Press the ability to slow down the enemy, hold the ability to speed them up. Yeah, the fact is that you get both now. It's fucking wild. No longer need to have negative power strength for speed Nova. Wild. So what is this one now? Enemies hit by null stars are primed. When killed, prime enemies will restore a null star charge and have a 100% chance of restoring 2. Fuck, that's good. Animated particles, blah, 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 blah. Each reduces damage. It's because that got added to shields. That was a big thing. What's this one now? Null star augment. Particle deals heat damage. Guaranteed status effect in an area. On recast, remaining particles seek out enemies with double search radius. Antimatter absorb. Antimatter drop. Augment. Absorbs enemy bullets within the thing, increasing the power of the explosion from the particle. Okay. Yeah, I can see that being pretty solid. Wait, so now this gives them the molecular prime debuff? No, is that what I'm reading? Enemies hit by null stars are primed. Holy shit, that's way stronger than I thought. So this primes them and gives you 2 null stars back? Okay, you probably want positive range on this shit now. Oh, damn. Okay. Wild. Dude, I want to play Nova soon. I'm gonna have to do some, like, changes to a build, but goddamn. That's fucking good. Also, didn't they change Ember up again? I think they fixed her immolate to not be trash, right? Starts at 50% damage reduction, goes to 90%, immolation meter increases, drain per second. It looks like it's flat now? Wait. Armor that burns stronger over time, consuming energy once its meter is at full strength. So it doesn't drain prior? Oh, that's good. Okay, that's a massive change. That's awesome for her. Yeah, Ember sounds like a lot better now. Also, she has her new skin as well that I gotta get, the heirloom skin. That looks... Wait, no, I need to switch to the skin so I can zoom in the right spot. God damn. I gotta be honest, that looks really fucking cool. I really like that. Oh, that is actually such a cool visual design. Oh, I want that really badly. I need to get that heirloom collection soon. It looks really good. One day. After my trip, I'll consider it. Because then I will have a little bit more money to work with. Stop. How dare you? Don't tell me to stop. I mean, if you want really stupid, here you go. Here's the pregnant Warframe. I'm not even kidding. She's pregnant. See? This is a recent one, and this really threw a fucking spanner in the works of anyone understanding anything. Now I've got questions a lot. Yeah, that's fair. We all did as well, and it was really stupid. She is the angle to his devil. It was a very strange storyline. I'm just gonna say that now. It was just a very strange one. How? Well, you see, when a mom and a dad love each other very much. Oh, well, not always, but... I can't process it. I can't. That's fair. She's a very interesting support frame as well. Do kind of like her design. Because you just activate your ult and you fly around like this. And you get like special weapons and shit for it. It's cool. I think her design's cool. Like, kit-wise. Lore-wise is confusing. It makes sense, again, when you kind of come to understand what the fuck a Warframe is, but it's still really strange. But yeah, there you go. Prager's Warframe. Any other frames you can see that you're interested in having a look at? I have nearly all of them. Actually, let's have a little look. Because this is the new frame here, Kome. She's all doll-like and stuff. All about RNG and being a pretty cute doll. If we go into here and I scroll to the bottom, Citrine and Corvex are the only 2 frames I don't own. Is it something like Glory to the Dude that furry to give us catgirls, but who did the Hannibal? I mean, the shorthand is all Warframes are original. Pretty much all Warframes are originally a person, and they used a special strand of infestation to infest them and turn their skin into metal, basically. So, and then amplified their abilities, their powers, their prowess, and all that stuff. So what they did was they did that to a pregnant woman, because testing, you got to see what happens, right? Needless to say, the energy would keep consuming her until she dies, and then it's kind of sad. I mean, you've got Bird. Here's a bird. There's their base version. But yeah, this dude's just big rock. I think he's radioactive as well. And then this is just crystals. I'm farming for this one at the moment. And also, don't stick your dick in there. That's probably going to cut you up. This is your rally. This is, the mistake. Yes, those are her animations. I hate it. This is Wisp. This one was the one that broke the community when she got announced. If you want to know why, one of her animations has her swirl around in front of you, and there's a certain thing that if it swirls around in front of your face, causes people to react very specifically. Yeah. Trinity Prime. This is a medic, by the way. I can't remember what stance I have her wearing. Protea. Tech gadget character that has a turret. Octavia. Music frame. Nyx. Mind control. And weird polarity shit. Can even Warframes give birth? Not that... To our understanding, no. That's kind of the point, is that it became a secondary life source thing that would just feed off of her and kill her. Because it was not ever supposed to happen. Mirage Prime, Trickster, which has potentially some of the coolest outfit stuff with just this one skin, by the way, because her... Yeah, I don't think I've ever I don't use her thing. Dude, it's fucking Corona-chan. Anyone remember that? Yeah, I absolutely love this style of Mirage, the Harlequin thing. Is it Harlequin? No, Oreno, sorry. Her design has always... I'd never liked Mirage visually. I'm gonna say this now. When they added the skin, I finally could like her. Who's the medic again? Trinity. This one. Pretty sure I'm using... Yeah, I'm using Zephyr's animations for her. So she's not actually supposed to be flipping around like that. But yeah, like her ult is literally blessing. It heals everyone to max and gives them damage reduction. Loki, the Invis frame, we already showed that. Lavos, fucking a Warframe. Avara, stealth, jellyfish frame. Hildren, big muscle mummy. Harrow, priest. With all of the jokes about how it's a child inside a priest. You don't need it. Grendel, big dude. I turned him into Sonic, and I also gave him Ureli's animations to be cute. I'd play Trinity or Loki. I'm going to be honest, you're not going to want to play Trinity. There's way better supports out there if you want to play supportive. As well as Warframe's not really a game you want to play support. There's the problem with, again, the way Warframe plays. Warframe plays with 4 carries, maybe a support, maybe a utility, instead of 4. You just want to play carry. And even when you're playing support, you're playing carry. Like, Harrow would be more interesting. His ult turns you invulnerable, you absorb damage during that time, and you then proceed to give crit chance and crit damage to everyone, bonus on headshots. Your second ability is you charge up, spend all your energy to make it so whenever you kill someone, you give everyone in the area energy. On a headshot kill, you give them way more. You chain people up, and then you can also expend your shield to give yourself a massive stat buff for your reload speed and such. I think it goes to allies? I'm not sure. This frame, way better. And is 100% a support pseudo carry. He's great. So that's an example of probably what you'd actually want to see. Because he, again, make your team invulnerable with your ult. That's pretty good. If you want support as well, Wisp is probably a better argument as well. Because she has like a cool bit of CC, she can give everyone more health, health regen, movement speed, attack speed, everything like that passively. Or fairly passively. You put down an ability and people pick it up. Garuda is all about fucking stabbing people and making them bleed. Banshee is about being loud. Ash is a ninja. That's honestly basically all his kit. He literally throws shurikens and stabs people and goes invisible. Limbo, fucking weirdo dude that travels through dimensions. Gara is all about glass and breaking it and breaking other people's bones. Frost is about creating a giant ice shield and freezing everyone around you. Well, I mean, technically all of them are ninjas. That's actually the truth of it, is they're Warframes and ninjas. Yes, all of these are considered ninjas. Tell me about Limbo. No, genuinely, the joke of him is that he was a weirdo mathematician that did math that caused him to be able to enter a sub-existence of reality called the Rift, and then kind of disappeared. It's called the Limbo Theorem. He literally, his passive is if you dash, you enter the Rift, and things inside of the Rift can interact with the Rift, things outside of the Rift cannot interact with the Rift, and then vice versa. Things inside the Rift cannot interact with outside of the Rift, and things inside... Yeah. Right? So he basically creates an alternate reality environment that you have to abide by its rules inside of it. His second ability is, as long as they're not CC immune, we'll just freeze them in the Rift. It's great. He's fun. He's giga math nerd, is the idea. Excalibur is... Do you like swords? Cool. He stabs. His ultimate is literally, he pulls out a sword and it fires out waves. It's cool. Caliban, we showed earlier, he is all about being sentient. He summons stuff, he lifts people up. It's... If you don't know about sentience, it's hard to describe him, I'll be honest. That's kind of his kit. Zaku is has 90% dodge chance with his ult and is confusing. His lore is that he's literally like 3 Warframes stitched together. So, he's a mess. He's a cool carry, though. He literally steals weapons from the enemy and uses them to fire at other people, and then does void damage, which is very rare. Wukong is Wukong. He is a monkey. He runs around. He goes on cloud. He gets stick. He bonk you with stick. I don't think I can explain it better. Volt is Sanic. He's electricity. He runs fast. That's about it. Valkyr is if you wanted to see someone that was completely insane and lose control. The fact is her ultimate is called Hysteria. Her ultimate is, what was it again? It's go invulnerable, gain claws, gain attack speed, and all that shit. The claws give you lifesteal, and the damage you take during that time is dealt in an area around you when it ends. Like when you turn it off. Or it gets turned off for you. And it can turn into a nuke. I think it does itself damage too. She's all about being psychotic. It's great. Rhino, big old tanky motherfucker. He can create overshield for himself that's... Or not overshield, overguard for himself now. That's like insanely strong. Oberon is a tank support. I wish he was better. I really do. He's really weird. Basically, he's got a weird system where he can put a buff on everyone or people around you, but it can be permanent if you're alive. That gives everyone like health regen obscenely and gives them longer bleed out time. And a little bit of armor if they walk over your gardens. Nirjar is all about speed and kind of a bit of mixed frames. Like, he's a bit chaotic. He summons spears, he summons chakras, and he runs really fast. That's mainly it. Jade is Preggers. That's basically the main stuff. We already talked about her. Hydroid is Hentai. He summons tentacles. I made him look like Swain. I don't know. Gauss is very fast boy. He is all about going fast and setting things on fire and freezing them. Gome, talked about briefly. Random number generator. Warframe, great times. Equinox, split personality. Not even kidding. It's literally all about being night and day, and the two frames do two different things. One is tank, one is damage. It's really, really cool. Want a support frame? This is another one that I'd recommend. Because, like, to give an idea, her night form, sorry, is if you have the build that I kind of have for it, it slows down enemies, slows down projectiles, reduces the damage everyone takes, in a massive, massive area. And it's just passively around you if you activate it correctly. And then her ult is, damage, kills and damage you deal is stored up as a heal that you can nuke everyone in the area with, that's on your team. Day form is kind of an invert of that, where the AoE turns into damage amplification, gives you power strength and stuff like that, and the ult is just bleed damage in an area around you, and then turns into a nuke when you activate it. It's good. Titania is Fairy Queen. She flies around, turns into a tiny little fairy with machine guns, and vaporizes every boss in the game, because balance. Sevagoth, Captain Frame that has a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand and has one of the most broken abilities in the game, and they decided to give it to you as a Hemlith. So every frame basically eventually got Gloom, because fucking why not? To explain Gloom, because the rest of it gets kind of simple, but to explain Gloom, it is a channel ability, so you constantly spend energy on it, and any enemy inside of it increases the cost. It's an AoE that gets larger, and it slows enemy and gives you lifesteal. It's fucking insane. Corvero is stab yourself. If you're successful, you stab the enemy instead. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not in the mood for dealing with door-to-door salesman. Just gonna say this now. Talked about it earlier. If you're gonna come in and just advertise, you can fuck right off. Give me a sec, I'll remove it from the screen. Basically, if you're gonna act like a bot, fuck off. I think that's fair. Anyway, where were we? So, there was Cavero, Harrow. We already talked about Harrow. Gaia. More lightning. We saw earlier. Static discharge kind of idea. It's wild. Chroma. Dragon. If you're expecting more description than that, honestly, that's about his kit. He has like 4 elements he switches between. Each of them do things, and he breathes fire on people and summons a little dragon. He's fun. He's a tank. Cool. Necros. Necromancer. You could probably get it from the name. Massive tank. Best frame in the game if you're learning the game and farming. He has a ability that basically, once you get the augment for it especially, it turns it into a thing where you cast it, it's permanent, any enemy that dies near you re-rolls their drops. Again, in addition to the previous thing. So it doubles drops. And then you can make it cost health and drop more health orbs, which means that you basically have it infinitely around you. And then his ult means that with the augment, he's a tank. He's incredible. You'll always hear me praise Necros. He is one of my most used frames for a reason. Dante, fucking magic dude. We talked about him earlier. Dagath, headless horseman. Summons horses. Becomes invulnerable. Ghost? That's about it. Baruch, their attempt at doing John Wick. Not very successful. Basically, how's the best description? He can avoid bullets at some times, he can get a shitload of damage reduction, he can put people to sleep, and then, like, after his bar gets to its max thing of restraint, he can use his ultimate with it and punch people and deal some of the highest damage in the game. And that's about it. Nova, nuclear bomb. Can turn people, enemies into psychotic people or into the slowest thing in the universe. Cora, don't look at my visuals, I committed crimes. Cat lady with a whip. Puts you in a chain dome. Cool. Anaros, HP, good. Me like more. Mesa, ever watched a Western? You'll kind of get an idea of it. Her ultimate is Soldier 76 and McCree mixed together. It's cool. Basically, point and direction, auto fire at people, and fire really, really rapidly. Gets faster the longer you shoot. Very spicy. Ember, do you want to set things on fire? Probably can get that from the name. Genuinely, that is actually her kit. It's just set shit on fire. And then Nidus, I don't know if we actually talked about it earlier, but Nidus is infestation and infestation. Can create area that's really cool. Gives everyone health regen, spawns maggots that CC enemies, and you can explode them, and he becomes unkillable if you do him correctly. Cool, there we go. I think we've described everything. That was my, like, speed running explanation by the end of Warframes. Gotta love it. Oh, I didn't explain mag. Mag is magnetism. Incredible. That was something. Dude, you have no idea how much, like, my brain was running as fast as it could to explain stuff. Need to clip it? God, no, I don't need to clip that. Oh, yeah, also Revenant. Horror theme? Very loosely. Impossible to kill if done correctly. Is there anyone else I missed? No, I think I kind of shittily covered everyone. If you're gonna ask me to do that for, like, weapons and shit like that, you can eat shit. There is fucking thousands of weapons in this game. Thousands, hundreds, easily hundreds. Again, let's have a little look at equipment. Oh look, there is almost 200 primary weapons, and I've played with 150 of them-ish, or 140. A lot of secondaries, a lot of melees. True full Warframe fan I see. Dude, I know way too much of Warframe shit. I researched this shit aggressively a long time ago. Just tell me archetypes of weapons instead. Shotgun, assault rifle, bow, and then like there's sub things to them. It's kind of the short answer. There's super weapons as well. Super weapons are fun. If you want to know what I mean by a super weapon, this is an automatic shotgun, right? Where is the Bubonico? There it is. So, you're ready to see a super weapon? So, like, again, this is an assault rifle that fires grenades. This is a shotgun that fires a Warframe. This is a grenade launcher? This is a bow that fires explosives. This is a flamethrower that also throws war crimes. This is a fucking super weapon. It is your entire arm. There is 2 of these in the game? Because there's that one, and then there is... where is it? It's got to be in here somewhere, right? Yeah, should do. There you go. There's the other super weapon. Secondaries are kind of similar, by the way, as well. But yeah, like, this is an infested bow that sends out tendrils and bleeds everything to death. It's great. This is a duplex shotgun. I think you can guess that. This is a quadrix shotgun. Again, I think you can guess. This is another war crime, because it's a fucking living weapon. This is a shotgun. This is a Spartan laser. I don't know, there's all sorts of shit in here. Like, again, just scrolling through gives a bit of an example. This is a skin that has a reference. Yes, this is an old game thing. This is from Unreal Tournament. There's a few weapons that have them. There's that one. There's... what's the other one that has a... Unreal Tournament skin. There's 3 of them in total, I believe. This one. There you go. Laser rifle from it. And then, what was the last one? Wasn't the Cortac, was it? No. Orgon? No. What was it? It was not the Mitre. No, that, no. Hind, no. No. Dragoon, that's it, there you go. The flak cannon from Unreal Tournament. And if you're gonna go, how did they get it? Fucking the licensing for Unreal Tournament? It's Digital Extremes. Digital Extremes made Unreal Tournament. They didn't need to go for the licensing that hard. When they partnered up with Epic to finally put Warframe on the Epic storefront, they gave those skins out for free. I think you can get them now different ways though. I think I saw something about that recently. Is it in here? Is it in here, I think?
Nothing left to chance if you're bringing Regal Aya.
Feel like I saw them in here. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I saw them somewhere. You can get them. Oh well, doesn't matter.
The circling hawk may choose its prey at leisure.
Oh, shut up. Hello, dog. Here, dog. Ball. Play with ball, dog. Stupid ass dog, I wasn't gonna play the fucking ball. Play with the ball. There you go. This was one of the best additions they ever added to the game, by the way. Oh, dude, you sent it into the fucking ocean, you dumbass. Oh yeah, by the way, this is technically all a spoiler right now. This is what you get when you've finished the new war. Is you get this base, instead of just sitting in your ship. Now my Roombas and maggots that run around can clean up the ground. Yeah, by the way, I have a shitload of Roombas. I think most of them are in here? Yeah, there you go. There's a bunch of them. Don't ask. Cosmetics, man. Speaking of cosmetics, want to see fucking your private quarters that has room for as many cosmetic things as you like? Or pretty much. Dude, there's a spider on the ceiling even. Wild. And some toys. And a bird locked in a cage. And a rat locked in a cage. And a dude bent over around, surrounded by a bunch of Warframes. And my guitars. Yeah, Warframe's a game about Warcrames, by the way. Oh yeah, here's a comic book. The Wave Rider. Like, not even kidding, it's actually an in-game comic book.
Of water.
And then, I believe this is how I customized the mother. I haven't actually looked at this in a while. One day I'll get some of these customizations because I hate it. There's a community market for this stuff, then... I mean, some of it is. You can't collect most of these things from a community market sense. You have to go collect it yourself. Oh, look, it's a zombie. Oh, no. Oh, that looks kind of cool. That one I always thought looked a bit... Yuck. That one, kind of swag. And then this one's just like a Lamel. So I just run with Margulis. That was a huge spoiler. To be fair, she's been talking in missions, so I'm not going to bother too much with it. Oh. You can community trade, though, in this game. So you get a lot of the blueprints and shit easier. Some of the, like, prime frames and all that is, pretty much the best way to get them. Just buy them with plat from other people. And that's how you also gain plat in-game if you don't want to pay money. Which is kind of what I should probably be doing because I have a lot of stuff I could sell for plat, but I'm lazy. Oh well. Alright, I'm gonna call it here, boys and girls. Because it is almost 1 PM. And that means we've been streaming for about 5 hours. I was actually expecting this stream to probably be a 3-4 hour one, I'll be honest. But I got a couple things that I want to sort out before the end of the day. So, with that being the case, If you can trade then, well, nobody would stop me from becoming a monopoly. Yeah, definitely possible when you're talking about millions of players. Trust me, I understand the trading system in this. I don't like doing trading in Warframe. I don't like it at all. It's always been a shit experience for me. Anyway, with that being the case though, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.